So now once Bob Dub comes in on Teams, we'll do her show via Teams, and I'll put the I'll put the information in there to get it going. So we'll see what's going on.
There you are, live with Rog. So I can have a nice lazy coffee.
Yeah. And then
okay. Yeah.
That's interesting. What was that about?
You're playing this session at the moment.
Okay, freak me out.
Yeah.
She's
Actually, the timing on that was pretty good, actually.
So that was interesting. At least I got a sound check. I don't have to do a sound check. Now I'll back out of here. That way you can listen to the show. You don't have to worry about the volume stuff. It's still on. It's still on scene one. Okay. But whenever Bob Dub comes in, then you can just turn it. I'll turn off the
You feature this, yeah.
Yeah, on this one.
This makes myself annoying, so
we keep this all good. This is actually going to be interesting. But we have everything set up. The first show is going to be something spectacular. Then we want to move into the regular Minds Round Table. Then after that, that's Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event, followed up by Esoteric Agenda, and maybe headlines after midnight if nobody falls asleep.
yeah.
Just
Leave it on how late it is.
Yeah. Because we've got a lot of old people in the house who can't freaking compete. Our executive producer keeps falling asleep on us, and we did give him the position of executive producer, so that is his right. I just want to put it out there. Because
when headlines happen, it's usually 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Yeah, your time. Yeah. Well, I mean, I would make you executive producer, but it's like you gotta do something. Give Dan something.
He can have all the responsibility. What is his responsibilities, remind me?
Just sitting there.
Don't I do that?
Well, yeah, you do. Yes, you do. You do a good job of it. But his job is just to sit there. Okay, so she has sent me. She has sent me things. So there she is. Oh, okay. Hello. So I am going to now put this on the stream real quick, okay?
Okay.
And we will be able to. Let me see if I can. See if I can. Okay, so there we go. I'll put that on the browser for so they can see your face on there. Mark's in Jitsi right now. He's going to watch the show via YouTube, and later on he was wanting to know if possibly you would be interested in doing an after show where you can talk to him about your project. That'll be separate from your recorded show.
Okay, sort of like we did last week.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we try it again? Did you think it was good last week?
This is completely.
Look, I'm only catching what you said.
You don't make me choose.
Hold on a minute. Let me get this organized and
I don't like shit.
Okay. It's not talk until it's organized.
yeah, because Mark's trying to talk to me too.
Oh,
He gets really upset.
Well, if I mute myself out if I mute myself out, just do it to me.
No, you are fine. I'm going to leave this one with this account, and then I'll still have you on, but I'll come back in later. You won't be able to hear me, and I won't be able to hear you, Mark. But we'll have it to where I can come back in, no problem. Okay, so let me do this. So that's good. So we got that taken care of. Come in, and I gotta do the audio. There we go. That should be set up. I'm not sure. I don't know if Mark can hear me or not. But let me see. You still there, Bob Dub?
I am.
Okay. Well, give me a second.
No problem.
Got to. Okay. There we go. I think I've figured it out. Oh, gotta enter my name. Roger. Okay, so we should have this set up now. So that's gonna be
waiting in the lobby.
Yeah, that's gonna be me. I gotta be accepted in, and then I. There we go.
And I think that I need to make you a participant or something.
Now you are perfect
Determine
person.
for me, mute participant, or spotlight. No, it looks like everything's good.
All right. So here we are. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? That was very, very interesting.
But now you seem to have gone away.
All right. So.
Is that my cue to begin the show?
Yes.
Okay, Roger. Well, I'm not sure what's happening and why it's all suddenly gone silent.
All right. So.
But it is really time for the show. So I'm going to start recording here because I'm not really sure what's going on your side. And I'm going to say thank you, Roger, for this amazing and wonderful opportunity to be on your show and to do something spectacular from your show. It really is a great privilege to be working with somebody who allows me all the artistic freedom that I want to be able to produce whatever show I wish to produce. I've done one run of something spectacular and I've learned a lot. I have learned a huge amount. And I think that the biggest thing that I've learned is that I have been participating in the community as an outsider looking in at what other people have been doing. And all that time that that's been happening.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
Okay, so there's Roger. I hope he gets his audio issues fixed. He's unmuted and he's unmuted. Okay. All right, so I think this is an opportunity for me to articulate my perception of where I am going forward within the community. And maybe by showing you guys what I'm doing, I can also invite you into any of these projects that you might be interested in, or maybe inspire you to start your own project when you see how much fun it is to get into these projects. All right, well, that being said, let me give this one more try to admit Roger, who is waiting in the lobby.
Okay, sorry about that. I have everything straight. I apologize.
No problem. Okay, so I was just about to jump into the first thing, I think. The first sort of project that I have initiated within this range of possibilities that we have presented with us within this community. So if I exit from here and go right to here, I want to jump into Wattpad, right? In Wattpad, I have started a new story, which I've called When the Toad Came Home, which is a reference to The Wind in the Willows. Okay, and this is the response that I'm having to an invitation that Minds Gaming dropped in Ember's Relics, the two stumps, sitting on the two stumps. So it was great. It was so great to pick up the game again. I think that it's one of the things that I love about working with Quantum is the way that he gamifies the entire community so that he drops quests and then he goes away until you've completed the quest, and then he comes back like the quest giver, you know, and he gives you your one achievement point and the next quest. So I love that. It sometimes takes me a long time to figure out the quest to get to the right place to stop all the other side quests. Okay, so in response to this new game that we're playing, I wrote the story, I wrote the poem, The Next Brew. The one thing about Wattpad is that it's so slow. So I wrote, oh yes, another story is bubbling in the pot. My heart is singing with the tea. It knows that what is what. I sit and wait with bated breath to see what will emerge. Okay, so what is emerging? What is emerging? Did I line it up, or do I have to go over here to, right, to the library? The library? And here it is. It is the next one. So if you want to follow along from the beginning, you're here. You're in on the ground floor. It is so cool. Okay, he dropped all of these in one day. So he's dropped them over the weeks on Mint.me, and I do want to jump into Mint.me and give you a little bit of an overview of where we're at with the various projects on Mint.me, so you can see how we are going to be practicing this whole blockchain thing, an investment thing, and we're going to be using the Mint.me in the Swarm space in order to back each other's projects. Okay, and we're going one step at a time, and I have no idea what I'm doing. So full disclosure, this is the something spectacular of not knowing how to do it. Okay, there's an awesome story that he wrote, and I don't know if is it this one, swimming? Might be swimming. It's one of these. Yes, here it is. So a little boat is all we had, so we learned to swim. No sides, no rails, no engine. We all just dove right in. At first, it was really hard, so we all started to complain. I don't know how! I don't know how! As the waves rose with more rain. We watched as others sank or as they drifted away. We learned to float on our back and tried to teach the way. We collected pieces of the sea, then nailed them to our boat. Then we crawled right back in, forgetting others that still float and never learn to swim. So now we drop the lines and ropes as we troll along our way, hoping that others grab the lines and crawl up the ship one day. So that is such a wonderful, beautiful, amazing, exciting invitation. And here it is, all, look, see, printed out. And see, this is evidence that I'm playing the game. Just immediately. Right, so it is a wonderful, wonderful privilege to be able to engage like this in this, as I was saying yesterday on the Quantum Gathering, you know, this moment in history where we are learning a new way to think and engage and build relationship, I think. Build relationship. Right, so that is the one way that is the one quest that Quantum has me on here with Minds Gaming in the new book, The Ashes of Tales and Poems. Come along, check it out, and see who you are. Find your questions and bring them to the table. Okay, so that's the one way. Then this is the other thing that I wanted to show you. I think that it's in Word. Is it in Word? Ha! So this is the next quest. Somehow, Bob and Mike have to get to Death's wedding. So you know from Ember's brew, that Death walks along through the land. He finds the egg hatches into the dragon. He helps the little girl find her grandmother's earring, and then the little girl is killed by wolves. Oh, it's very complicated. Anyway, so you know the story. But one of the huge significant parts of the story is that Death believed that there was more than just judgment, and he needed people in order to discover what that was. And the first thing that he found, not the first thing, but when he was in the land of people, after he went through the 9 layers of judgment and hell, is it? He met these people, he found the dragon, but significantly, he met his muse, he met his wife, he fell in love, and he had a boy. And then he took his boy all over the world and showed him and introduced him to Ember and took him on all the adventures. So somehow, Mike and Bob on Otto's spaceship, the Raven, with Roger recording everything, have to meet Death at his wedding. And we have to go on a honeymoon so that we can get into my ark, which is called the Magic Garden. The Magic Garden? The Magic Lantern? I've forgotten what mine is called. Anyway, that's not important right now. What's important is that we are needing the story. I am needing the story. I'll read it to you. This is how Death meets the Muse. So we're going to skip a lot of Death's adventures in the land, and we're going to go straight to him meeting the love of his life. And the love of his life is going to be molded or modeled on Tinkerbell, which is, if you're interested, then on Mint Me, Minds Gaming has shared the Tale Factory's video of the mythology of Tinkerbell. So Death's partner is going to be Tinkerbell, who Jordan Peterson calls the sex fairy. So that just opens the closet doors for the most extraordinary amount of interesting interrelational storytelling and complex world dynamics that you can imagine. So I'm loving that because it gives me the amazing springboard off into my Magic Garden. I can't remember what I called it. Okay, I'm going to read it to you now. This is my sort of first idea of where we're going to go with this. Death meets his muse. Death met the fairy in a garden where nothing had flowered for years. He had followed a narrow road into a small town and found her sitting beneath a dead apple tree, no larger than a child, with translucent wings folded behind her. A faint golden light trembled around her like the final flame of a dying candle. "You're fading," Death said. The fairy looked up at him. "And you are Death." People usually run when they discover that." "Well, I would," she replied, "but I'm too tired." Death sat down beside her. She explained that she was a muse, born from stories, wishes, and the secret belief that impossible things might still be true. Once The people of the town had left milk beneath the trees and whispered poems into the moonlight. But as they grew older, they stopped believing. One by one, the fairies' lights had gone out. What happens when the last person forgets you? Death asked. I disappear. Death had carried countless souls beyond the river, but he had never heard anyone speak of disappearing completely. Well, I will believe in you, he said. The fairy laughed softly. You cannot simply decide to believe. Why on earth not? Well, belief is not duty. It cannot be commanded. Death considered this. He knew the weight of every soul. He knew the hour of every ending. Yet he did not know why the fairy's fading light disturbed him. So he remained beside her. She told him stories until the moon rose. She described kingdoms hidden inside raindrops, songs sleeping beneath stones, and roads that appeared only to those who were lost. Death listened. As he listened, the light around her grew stronger. Her wings opened. The dead apple tree shivered, and a single white blossom appeared upon one of its branches. The fairy stared at it in astonishment. You believe me, she whispered. Death looked at the blossom. No, he said, I believe in you. The fairy reached out and placed her hand inside his. For the first time, Death felt something that could not be weighed. And for the first time in many years, the muse was no longer afraid of disappearing. Ta-da! We need Quantum here to say cut. Okay. So that is the behind the scenes story. That is the backstory of Death meeting his fairy. And that leads to the wedding. So we need this fairy tale wedding. And at the fairy tale wedding, Otto arrives. Yeah, Otto the ferryman in his spaceship, the Raven. I've already shown you some visuals for that we put together. That's I've told you about the little boat poem. Now I want to jump into the swarm space again. Here we go. So I have been here in this meeting for about, I don't know, it doesn't tell me how many hours, but I would say 18. So it doesn't kick me out. Once I'm in, I'm in. The next thing that we have to test is if we can get all 5 or 7 of us, however many it is, into the lobby altogether. Okay, all right, maybe I didn't want to do this. Maybe but while I'm here, let me tell you anyway, right? So I have connected my wallet, which is cool. So now everybody who is standing in lines, waiting and waiting and waiting to send us crypto, this is the place to go. I know it's going to happen any minute. So why is it going to happen? Why it's going to happen is because another quest that Quantum has set for me is for me to start a live stream of all our Dude Where's My Wallets episodes. I think we will probably also have the songs as a playlist that we put together from Ember's Ashes. And advertisements. Anybody who wants to send us however many seconds, 30-second or minute-long little blurb of who they are as a creator and why you should follow them, we will be able to put those in between. Yeah, it's a little community live stream centering on the content that we have created for Dude Where's My Wallet. That's spread across several channels at the moment. I don't know how many. There's also songs, and there's also other spin-off projects coming up that we haven't really covered on this show yet, but we will get to them. So that's part of the game. That's, yeah, another quest. That's another side quest. So it's actually quite lucky that we didn't do any scripts yesterday in Quantum Gathering, because that means that I've got this week to set up this live stream. So yeah, another little initiative. So not just Roger Hanson live streaming, it'll also be Dude Where's My Wallet live streaming. So wow, this community is growing in leaps and bounds. Why am I here? I want to go to, I want to tell you about a project. Maybe, oh golly, sorry, I got lost. Go back to the brain maybe and see if I can drop a portal. If I can drop a portal. Oh, I can't because, oh grr. Okay, so yeah, here we go. I'm learning. It's bad. And I'm in, all right, I'm in this project. Excellent. So you drop a portal to, and you and your people, only the people that are in your project can access that portal, but it takes you straight through into your project universe. Your project universe, that's your brain. So these are your posts. I'm not sure. Is it on Explore? Perhaps on Explore is where you get to all the projects. All the projects, is this the page? I believe it may be. So we go here. So Robert the Hound is a project that's coming up with Roger Hanson and Robert Hanson. Deliria 2 is the project that I tried to connect with Satori D here. Live streaming with Roger Hanson. TMF, The Mysterious Forest, is an ARG. So that's a cool game that's being developed by Hassan Mimes. Oh man, this is a little bit. Okay, all right. Sorry. No, I'm in the wrong place again. So if I can get back to it. So there are projects. There are lots of projects to join, to make your own, to interact with your people, to promote your project on the Swarm space. And the kid is the latest author who has joined the Dude Where's My Wallet stable, if you like. Here is He has written a couple of episodes, written a story that he's published on MintMe under Dragon Token, and now has moved to this app that he developed himself, I believe, using Lovable. So let me read this to you because I think this is going to be fun. He's very, very excited about it. He's asked for players and participants. It's a storytelling game. So I'll read it to you, but basically what will happen is somebody will give you a story, then you'll click a dice on your page. The dice will give you a number which will then tell you what happens to you next in the story, and it goes around, and all of us, yeah, something. As we go, it's learn by doing. However, these are the instructions that we've been given so far, right? Dude, Where's My Wallet? Role Play Adventures. Episode 1, The Dark Beyond the Mountain. Player Edition. Before you begin, welcome to the first episode of Dude, Where's My Wallet? Role Play Adventures. Before the adventure begins, please make sure that you have created your character, distributed your 8 ability points between strength, stealth, perception, agility, and magic. Okay, let me show you somewhere over here. Somewhere, role play. Here we go. Look how organized I am. I have it. So that link takes you to this page. This page is where you put in who you are, what your statistics are, and then when your time comes up, it uses all this maths in its clever way to decide your hit points here, something, and you roll the dice and you get a 6. And that's not very good out of 20. But you know, small steps count and we persevere even if we don't win on the first roll. So you have this little form that helps to guide you. And I think as you roll your die, it makes a running list. Whoops, I'm going down in probability at some stage. I've got to get back to 11. Yay. Okay, that at least is more than half. So we start small, guys. We start small. But the point is that you get a little running count. But there's no, it's not saved, except that we record it as we do it. And then we turn it into a video. So this is another quest that we are on in the community. So players are welcome, voice actors, I mean, yes. Anybody who'd like to generate music from the whatever, however way you'd like to do it. Anybody who's interested in doing recordings, making images, whatever floats your boat. This is the thing. Let me carry on reading the rest of the story to you now that I've taken a detour down there. So this is what you have to do. Create the character, distribute your 8 ability points, choose your character's role or class, and have a short backstory, optional but encouraged. Then read the basic rule book to understand the game mechanics. I missed that before. I thought this was the basic rule book. I'm going to have to ask about that. Right, this is why it's so important for me to come here and read with somebody else. When I'm on my own, I miss out whole chunks, pages, paragraphs. Anyway, so we need to read the basic rule book and understand the game mechanics. If you need help creating a character or understanding the rules, please reach out to the storyteller before the adventure begins. Once everyone is ready, Your adventure into the unknown will begin. Maybe that's why they didn't arrive yesterday at the meeting, is because we hadn't reached out and said we were ready. Okay. Or maybe other stuff came up. Who knows? This is, always everything is flexible when you're in a group of artists and you all have busy, complex, frantic lives. So the opening of the story. You awaken beneath the towering trees of the great forest. Sunlight filters through the leaves as birds sing overhead, while a cool breeze carries the scent of pine and moss. Several days ago, an owl delivered you a sealed letter bearing the royal crest. To the greatest adventures of the realm, to the greatest adventurers of the realm, a great darkness has been sensed beyond the mountains that border the great forest. Many brave souls have ventured there, yet none have returned with answers. Your skills are required. Meet within the great forest at dawn. Together you may uncover the truth. As you arrive at the meeting place, you discover several other adventurers have received the very same letter. The journey is about to begin. Character introduction. To determine how your character enters the story, roll your D20 plus perception ability points. The results, 9 or below, is a silent arrival. Your character quietly observes the other adventurers and does not introduce themselves during this turn. Well, my 6 was a very appropriate roll, wasn't it? It reflects reality very well. 10, if you roll a 10, it's a simple greeting. You introduce your character by sharing your name, your character class or profession, and you keep your past a mystery for now. If you're 11 or above, you have a grand introduction. You confidently introduce your character by sharing your name, your appearance, your character class or profession, your strongest ability, a short backstory, which is optional, and why you answered the royal summons. Then your turn. Each player has 3 actions during this episode. You may attempt almost anything your character can imagine. Examples include introduce yourself, speak with another adventurer, explore the surrounding forest, examine your royal letter, climb a nearby tree, search for tracks, prepare equipment, cast a spell, or invent your own action. Whenever the outcome is uncertain, the storyteller will ask you to roll a D20 plus the appropriate ability points. Remember, there are no wrong choices. Every action you take changes the adventure. Some paths are obvious. Others remain hidden until someone is curious enough to discover them. Work together, think creatively, trust your instincts, and most importantly, have fun. Good luck, adventurer. Your story begins now. Okay, cool, hey? Can you see why this is the most magnificent place on the internet? See, stories never cease. Okay, so I wonder how it works if you have to suggest how you incorporate your hit points. Hit points, add hit points. Okay, so obviously there's a book of rules somewhere that I have not come across. Wow, look at this. I've got a lot of hit points if I click hit points. Is this legit? Okay, I'll have to read the rules. Okay, so I mentioned music. One of the things, we had the most wonderful, wonderful, wonderful interview on the Quantum Gathering, where the guest was Satori D. I loved listening to the show. I loved it. Satori D is terribly, terribly busy at the moment working with Are You Serious and Pizza Tea, and they are putting together this show, The Strait of Deleria, which is a very interesting, I think, multimedia show that they are doing. He has dropped all sorts. I wonder if I can play this for you. If I play this, Roger, do you hear it?
I'll do a real quick check for you.
Okay, thanks.
When the digital reality
you can
and
hear.
dream time converge. When memes become mantras and code becomes vision. We, the Dream Meme Team Supreme, dance at the edge of the screaming abyss, where flower songs bloom in hyperbolic spiral verses, and every pixel pulses with sacred dream time potential. Calling all agents of the weird there. Calling all agents of the weird. Calling all agents of the weird there. We are the architects of digital chaos, the curators of cyber surrealism, and the guardians of post-ironic enlightenment in the twilight of the digital age. We emerge as the Dream Meme Team Supreme, wielding the power of metamodernist expression through the ancient art of mimetic warfare. The same warfare the obsidian-winged ones have always waged, not against flesh, but against forgetting. Our mission: to transcend the boundaries between reality and simulation, to forge new neural pathways through the collective unconscious, and to revolutionize the very fabric of digital culture through the power of advanced mimetics. In exochittle, in key kettle, the flower and the song run through silicon instead of bark paper, but carrying the same one instruction underneath all the noise. Do not let it die.
Awesome. So, do not let it die, guys. Do not let it die. And then, what's this page? I think this is just mine. And this is Roger's. No, this is Roger's. No, this is Roger's. Oh, come on. I was here. Where is Roger's? Roger. Right. And I listened to The Garden Secret the other day, I think, and loved it. And I haven't yet listened to The Hidden Life of the Garden, Roger. So I'm loving this series. I hope you're going to catch us up on it in a few minutes. So, yeah. So many wonderful things happening. So many wonderful things happening. Before I hand over to Roger for him to catch us up on his amazing and incredible project that he's doing, I want to quickly take you on a very, very short tour of the projects that are on MintMe. I'm sorry if I've forgotten you. Here's Satori D. His token, of course, is the Satori token. I think that they've had a bit of an issue with buy orders and sell orders, so I don't know how we are up to date on things, but here we go. He's buying back into his project at 0.0123. And people are selling if you want to invest in his coins, if you want to invest in his project and support him in his endeavors. This is Bob Dub. Bob Dub is still busy posting her songs. This one was one that I posted from the Swarm Space to see how that worked, because we now apparently are able to share with people who are not on the Swarm. So you can send this link, and even if somebody is not connected, they can get to your post. So I've been trying that out to see, and it's a bit slow, so we're not going to stay with it. We're going to jump into Minds Gaming's project here. Okay, so this is not set up quite as well as I hoped that it was. I thought we were on their pages, but no, we're not. But here we go. Here's his website, the Swarm Space Lovable White Paper, and he's also promoting his Wattpad books. No, Otto, right? Also, he has, I'm buying into his project for 23 cents. Guys, you need to see, I'm the last of the big spenders. I'm also selling some tokens at 23 cents, for 23 cents worth. Okay, well, I was having a 23 day that day. There we go, Otto. I've supported you with 23s for some reason. Dude, where's my wallet? Of course. This is where you come to collect your bounty campaigns. If you've done voice acting and you want to collect 500 Dude, Where's My Wallet tokens, come along, click on the button here, add your note, basically what you were in, and participate. And you get 500 into your Mint Me wallet, and you can send them to whoever you'd like. MTCG, this is the main creator coin of the community, and this is the one that is linked to Ethereum and all the others, and this is on the strength of these blockchain things. We now have our own blockchain, the Swarm Space. This is the quantum gathering. This is a very different way of doing the token. This is the liquidity token here. And I don't know exactly what that means. I think that it means that we put real money up against the Mint Me in order for it to have an actual monetary value as a project. So the quantum gathering is backed by investors who want to put in $50, $100, I don't know. And then the quantum gathering can maybe print their own merch or something and distribute merch. So it's a sort of a crowdfunding effort, if you like. This one is Minds Gaming also. There is the Dreams. And if you come over here, this is the market page, but if you come over here, you do see oh, look, I missed a poem. This is what you see if you come to the pages. You see the next clue. So here I told you this is the video that he showed about Tinkerbell, the importance of the fairy in the narrative, and how she fits in and why it's important to believe. And here is a poem. So I have two now to respond to. Or more. Have you written a poem too, Otto? This is a great guy to get involved with. If you're interested, he has this little thing where you can share your favorite song, you can collect his tokens, then you can sell them. He's awesome. He lives in London. He's a wonderful magician. This, of course, is the Embers project. And we all know that it all started with a little story about a little dragon. Here's the link to the Ashes, Tales and Poems if you're interested in catching up on those. And then, of course, Roger, there's your token, the wow token. And so anybody who's wanting to support any of Roger's ventures, it's his token is used to create a digital environment where people can exchange content and new ideas among one another. Thank you for being a supporter of the wow token. Sincerely, Roger Hanson. And these are the all right, so that's an excellent place for me to have come to, Roger, to hand over to you, to ask you if you would carry on
Okay.
with your more details of your projects and your upcoming events.
Well, first, which projects are you interested in? Because I got a lot of them.
Whatever you feel you'd like to mention right now that you feel that the community would benefit from knowing about and being involved in. Or
Well, I
all
mean,
of them if you wish.
Right now, I'm currently focusing more on storytelling and gardening and growing. I've been doing Earth Growing Together with you and Mark Edworthy and my brother Robert. And I started doing that this year. I have had the channel Earth for quite a while, but it doesn't really get very much support. And it's really hard to find people who want to learn about gardening and stuff like that. So it's taken a long time to really come up with a way of presenting it in a good way. So I've been trying to focus on that more. Maybe make some cool songs to go with it. Some live streaming and stuff of that nature because I think, especially today with things that are going on, I think getting into learning about growing, finding out about the environment and the plants in nature and stuff like that is very important because and I don't on my show when I do that I don't want to get into like climate change or environmental global heating, whatever they call it, but I do want to like talk to people about, how wind affects freaking plant life, things like that. You know what I mean? Because that stuff is very important. So that's the kind of stuff I'm into. I'm also into talking about the weather, the local weather in your area, what's going on and exchanging it. I've actually found it pretty interesting, to be honest, with the conversations we've had in just the first 5 episodes. It's been amazing, and
Yeah, I've loved it. I've loved it. It's great, and I love it that as well as talking about the different sort of environments that we're forging those relationships between us where we can visualize where each other is living, because living all over the world like this, you do lose touch with the fact that you're all going through such different environmental conditions.
mhm,
It really, yeah, is a fun show, I think.
and like I said, I was wanting to do this earlier back whenever I first started doing um, streaming or videos because I'm more of an editor when it comes to videos than I am live streaming. I've really only gotten serious about streaming in the last 5 years, but
Mm-hmm.
most of it before that was mostly editing videos and stuff of that nature. And at one point, I just walked away from the whole gardening thing, and then I was like saying, it's time to get back into it and have
Mm-hmm.
conversations about it. So that's something that I want to do, and
Mm.
I'm also big on storytelling, and that's another hard thing to get people who are on the internet interested in because like Yeah, and I think that's really a shame. You know what I mean? Because storytellers are very important, and you'll go on and you'll hear a lot of these promoters who are on YouTube and on a lot of all these other platforms talk up storytelling, how important it is, but you don't see anything actually being done about it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I, that's one reason why I love being on the Quantum Gathering is because it's about storytelling.
Mm.
You know,
Mm.
and that's something else that I've started doing within the last year and a half. I said enough is enough. I'm gonna stop doing what other people are suggesting that I do so that I
Hmm.
become popular. I'm gonna start doing what I know is right and what I want to do, which is getting into nature, getting into storytelling,
Yeah.
promoting people's stories. You know, if you have a story to tell and you want to tell somebody your story, you come and talk to me. I will put it on every platform I can possibly put it on. So,
Hmm. And that's
and I'm,
awesome.
you know, those are the two things I'm focusing on.
When
Um,
I was in Africa, I met a very interesting young woman that I really, really want to get hold of. She works in a little cafe that does smoothies, and she is, yep. So her name is Alice. So I am absolutely dead keen to introduce her story to the community because I think that, well, so many people have asked me about Africa, but this is a young woman who grew up there, who's yep. I won't tell her story. I'll just try. I'm just saying. I'm
no,
dead keen to bring you people to tell stories, Roger.
no spoilers, right?
No spoilers. Her name is Alice, though. This is real.
So yeah, I mean, I gave you a spoiler, but I know how you are about scary stories, so I went ahead and just did it, you know, just told you, but
That's what you
you're
do.
right, no spoilers. Unless they're scary
Okay.
stories and you're telling Bob Dub.
Yes. 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 Because Bob Dub rules, huh?
That's right.
As Otto says, Bob Dub rules. Sorry, Roger. You are very sweet and tolerant of me.
Yeah,
And
I
I
mean,
have been thinking a lot about what you were saying the other day after the show where we read together about sharing stories and women seeing women's point of view. That has
right.
really deeply resonated with me. I don't quite know why I have to quickly mention this before I forget it, but I do have to tell you that I think it is so important for women to be able to reach women with their stories at this moment. I think that there is a lot of personal growth and development that men have taken over the last sort of 40 years of internet culture, and they've reached a level of discourse and maturity that is just great for me. I just find that it makes me really believe in human nature to see what communities men have put together on the internet, and to bring some women into that for me. um, I would love that. I think that there is a whole new level of growth and involvement that 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 women like me can discover by coming here. And I mean, one of the first things that we did when we started doing this live streaming thing, because I think I started around about the same time as you did. But one of the first things that we did was that you asked me to tell me your story.
Mhm.
And I know how powerful that was for me. And when we started this show, you came on it and told your story, and that was an absolute like honor for me to listen to you tell your story and the triumphs that you've had and the how you've come to here. So yeah, I love your storytelling, the storytelling part of your. But all everything that you do is an aspect of even the sort of the real life, the Minds Round Table and the politics shows. All of those are sort of centered on your love of storytelling, aren't they?
Well, kind of. Now with me, I take and I love everything. Like I tell people like I don't care if it's fiction or science fiction. It's the story that matters.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
if you have a story and it's cool and I like it, I'm gonna like it. It doesn't have to be real. It doesn't have to be fiction. It just has to be a story. You know, the story is more important than anything because it
Yes.
when you tell a story, it does something. Okay, history
Mhm.
wasn't built on facts. Just to put it to you that way. It was built on myths. It was built on lores. It was built on the imagination of great men who freaking wanted to do something. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? You always
Mhm.
hear about people who died in war, but you never hear about the explorers who died. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
so,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
so things like that
Awesome.
is what really stands out to me. You know, a lot of these people who wanted to explore and do find something new, they had an imagination. They had a they heard stories that they never knew about and
Mm.
it made them excited, so that's why they did it.
Yes.
That's what history is about, in my opinion. So
I think that's what this wonderful, wonderful community gives us the opportunity for, is to come together with like-minded people and just indulge ourselves in this sort of wonderful talent, God-given, undeserved talent to just create another world. I mean, even if you're an incredibly practical person, I mean, look at this world that we're in here. This imagination world that Quantum has created. He's created out of real life practical skills. And yeah, it's an absolute honor to be involved in this community, I think. So, on that note, I am going to wrap up the show for today. Thank you very, very much indeed, Roger, for being here with me. It was absolutely great to have you. And look out in the coming weeks uh, for the new poems, the new stories. Connect your wallet to test to see if you can support somebody with Mint Me, if you can move Mint Me, and any feedback that you want to give on any of the stories, any of the initiatives, or if you want to start your own project, please feel free to let us know. Okay, that's all for this week. So thank you very, very much indeed. And goodbye. See you next week. Right, and I'm done. That's stopped recording there.
he is
Okay.
excited on getting in there, and he was pretty happy with what he was listening to. He got excited, so he,
All right. So, well, do you mind if I just run and grab myself another chai?
yeah,
I'll be
go
back in like
ahead.
2 minutes, and I'll join you in Quantum Gathering. Oh no, in Roger. Where will I join you? Roger
Right,
Hanson.
yeah, live with Roger Hanson. Yeah,
Live with Roger Hanson. Okay, I'll see you there in 2 minutes. That's
okay,
fantastic.
and
Thank you so much, Roger. Thanks.
you
Bye.
too. Bye bye.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, so.
So much, Roger. You too.
Can mute that now. Okay, so it was really just a rundown on the product. Okay. Really just a rundown on the product. Okay.
Okay, so are you hearing my voice at all in the live stream?
Now I am. Oh, don't know on the stream. I've just muted it, but
Okay.
obviously
I just wanted
I
to,
can hear you here.
yeah, I just wanted to see if by any chance you guys are hearing me in the live stream before I get everything going.
Can
Yeah,
check.
okay. You know, I heard it. I did. So we are good, and we've got a lot of comments from Marshall
Yeah.
R. This guy is like
Yeah.
a beast. He's always in chat on YouTube, giving us support. Thank you, Marshall R. Whoever you are, you are a great guy, man.
Isn't that this Otto?
Shh, you're not supposed
That's
to say
Otto,
that.
isn't it?
You're not supposed to say
Okay,
that.
it may be Otto.
It
It may be. It may not be.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, there you go. So yeah, we have everything set up by the way it looks. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna set up with Robert and get that taken care of, and I will be right back. So give me a second, real quick.
Okay, time for me to make another tea, I think.
Oh, it should be.
Hey there.
Hi, Robert. Hi. You sounding good today?
Yeah. Compared to yesterday, yeah.
Yeah.
So, what have you been doing in the UK? How's the weather over there right now?
Well, it's dark here now. Obviously, it's just gone midnight. But it's been pretty cool today, to be fair. Yeah, it's been fairly okay.
Okay, good. So we got them in here, right?
Yep. And yeah, sounds
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we're gonna find some things out on about the phone. Remember what we were talking about yesterday about the phone where you hook up your laptop to the phone and then it gets transmitted to the tower. Well, like how long does the battery last and how the strength of the internet? You know, how much does it take?
Depends on the specific. That depends on the specific environment.
Well,
depends on your
yeah,
phone.
but well, like how long does for
Again, that depends on your specific setup.
I swear to
cannot,
God, dude. It's like you
I
two,
cannot make
you two are like freaking the new Tan
assumptions
and
on
Mark.
individual
It's like Tan used to be the guy that freaking antagonized Mark. Now it's you know what I mean? It's like you two or something else. Has anybody heard from Tan today?
Oh, drive me mad. Everybody's driving me mad. I'm going slowly
I don't
insane.
know anything about what's taking place with that. He ended up getting frustrated over mines, and I've been talking to him on Vector, so hopefully he'll be coming on there. Maybe I should send a link to him on Vector to make him feel better.
Sorry, who are we talking about? Who?
Tan.
What? Dude, Chris. Oh, Tan.
Yeah.
Why is he talking on mines? Mines chat is absolutely awful.
No, Vector. He's on.
It's not suitable for its requirements at all.
No, I'm saying just send him the link, dude. I'm not saying like, so I don't know. Hopefully he comes in. He wants to hang out and everything. He's been having some rough times when it comes to dealing with mines. I think the reality of everything that's really going on there is finally kicking into him. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it came to like
what's not going on more specifically.
Right. You know, because like he's always been the big mine supporter out of all three of us.
Well, so we all have.
Well, not like
I've probably done. Well, now I've done more work in relation to mines than.
Well, actually,
anybody.
You were the worst
outside the staff.
You were actually the worst. You did a lot of volunteer work. Well, both of you did, but
yeah.
Oh, you volunteer for mines?
He used to.
Yeah.
Why would you volunteer for mines? What was the meaning of it?
Well, mines, according to the original, is my community-owned social open source focused open source social media platform. Because of my background in open source projects and technical projects, I provide my support services for free. I've done quite a lot with them. I've provided end user support. I've reviewed the last 2 terms of service agreements contracts. Provided aided in resolving bugs and issues.
Another thing that I always forget to mention that we need to talk about, and Otto's big on this too, is voluntarism. Like that's a big thing on mines. A lot of them are into that voluntarism. Like they like to go in and volunteer and stuff like that. So maybe someday we can actually sit down and have a conversation about that, because
it's like
a general volunteer in it. So
Is that
anything. So
something?
it could be just I don't know, charity work or helping your next door neighbour sort of thing.
Yeah,
Right.
but are you sure that's not a scam or something?
Well, most people do think it's a scam,
Right?
but it's not. I mean, they just
Well.
want to like honestly freaking volunteer to help. You know what I mean? It's not, and they think that it actually helps with like
Yeah,
with
Robert, where's your Christian charitable nature?
no, he's not a communist. I mean, you know, who was it the other day said that Jesus Christ was a communist? I forgot who that was.
Okay.
I've got a message coming in
Yeah.
from Bob Dub real quick. Let me see what it is. Oh, Jitsi. She's needing the Jitsi channel. Let me get that copy.
To this.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Let me. Here you go. I
Mr.
forgot to
Data,
post it.
man. I got a question. I was wondering, when you use your phone through the internet and all that, and what the way the computers and the phones working all in the same network and all that, does the security like the computer, like everything goes through the computer, the process of whatever's on the computer, and it enters the phone? Would that be like working, like one goes through the other and it filters down through like the phone?
Depends on how you've set it up, but I presume you're just connecting directly to the router. So it's be whatever's security that your router has provided, plus the ISP security, plus your phone security. Wherever you've configured your router and your phone.
Welcome, young lady. You did an excellent job.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, a good review.
You did a really, really good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was fun. It was great. It's so much is happening. I just feel that every time I do one, I think, oh, we haven't said that, and we haven't said that, and there's going to be this, and yeah. But anyway, I guess the more we do shows, the more we'll be able to cover. Yeah.
It was a fairly sort of I don't know, standard summary, a sort of overview thing.
Yes.
I think.
Right. Cool.
Maybe. Yeah.
Roger, you want to?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Roger's going to plug up to the wall. He's going to be in here for a little bit. Plug up the phone. He's away from the computer right now.
Last week there was a lot of technical stuff, I think.
I don't know if I hit something or not.
No, you're
which
fine.
was difficult because I don't know my way around the technical things so much. So this week it was more, I felt more comfortable because I was just focusing on the sort of the more arty part of it.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that the technical part isn't really important and that I shouldn't be like pushing myself outside my comfort zone. But I just need to do baby steps.
You did touch on Mince-Me and the sort of liquidation thing. No.
Okay. Yeah. There's some interesting things happening in Mint.me, I think, with this new liquidity token. It's a new thing they're trying.
I had to check up on rules on still have to fully review it, but it looks like the US updated some rules or the SEC updated back in March, and the UK FCA updated some rules in relation to this on just last month. A month ago.
And what do the new things say?
I've got to go through them. They
Oh, right.
extremely long, sort of, really
Okay,
extremely
I thought
long.
that you maybe.
I was
Okay.
just curious.
Is it important to go through them, Mark? Is it important to?
It's always important to keep up on regulations.
Yeah.
You want to know if you've got to cross that line, through that thin blue line thing.
True. But you could act in good faith and feel that you're not a criminal, you're not crossing a line.
Yeah, but the old saying, ignorance is no justification in the eyes of the law. Yeah,
I'm very ignorant about everything, I have to say.
But you gotta watch out too, because like if you get the wrong people, they can use your platform for whatever going through and making that look, stuff that's happening is happening in your place when you have no idea or no turn. If you don't specify on what can and cannot happen in there, they can walk up in and do whatever they want.
But I've yet to check this, but presumably, if all these tokens are going through MintMe, then MintMe is the final sort of arbitrator, is the final responsible line, so to speak.
I guess so.
I would have to check that.
They are a blockchain. So we are a blockchain like they are a blockchain, I think. But we're forked.
Yeah, they are currently the
what's a blockchain?
A blockchain. A blockchain is a sort of a memory, if you like, of a lot of a lot of calculations that have happened. So yes, so it's sort of a proof of a transaction or an event. So for instance, we could take this show and we could put it onto the blockchain, and then there would always be an evidence that this was actually us, real life people talking together, not bots or whatever. It's an interesting way of verifying your reality.
Oh.
Also, in this sense of crypto assets, it's a sort of think of it like a receipt mechanism.
Yes, authentication and receipt.
That's the easiest way of describing it.
Yeah.
Like different types of receipts.
Yes, exactly. Like, you've always met that guy who said, yeah, I went to that concert, I was there, I stood in the front row. But you've also met the guy who just pulls out the ticket signed by the band. Like, which one do you believe the most?
Yeah. That's true.
This is a way, and it's very interesting for unbanked people, very, very poor people who live on less than $5 a day in Asia and Africa, because lots of big corporations come along and want to take their ancestral properties, things like that.
Yeah.
By verifying their piece of land, they actually are able to prove their ownership in a way that banks won't allow. Banks just move in and take land when they want. So it's got a big ideology behind it, an empowering of powerless people.
I've not seen any blockchain ideas based upon that concept specifically as yet.
I don't think specifically, and I think that nobody knows if it's actually going to work. It's still, like you say, it hasn't been tested in the law. It's this very fringe sort of thing. Are we crossing a line or aren't we crossing a line by experimenting like this?
And of course, each country will have their own laws, so it gets even more complicated.
But if we can start these sort of global conversations between individuals, small groups of individuals who can push the limits to see how sturdy this technology could be, because it has to be tested out. Nobody knows what the copyright issues are going to be. Nobody knows whether quantum computers are going to crack the codes, and then it'll all be just rubbished in a minute. Technology is moving so fast that it's just, a lot of it is ideology, and a lot of the conversation is around what if this, what if that. But the thought of having a system where every single transaction that happens on the blockchain is stored on every single person's computer. So if one person, Robert, if one person goes in and tries to make a false claim on that ledger entry, you can prove against billions of other computers that he's the thief, he's the fraud, he's the one who's trying to overturn the system.
Okay, but what kind of security for the?
But there is also a danger. And on Roger, Robert, there is also danger here. We're seeing the idea of digital blockchains and governments to be able to review what transactions you're making, and the entire argument about privacy, self-agency, ownership, that sort of thing. So.
Well, there's a big moral question.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword.
It is. It's a very big moral conversation and searching that's happening, because I can't find the words. I haven't articulated this yet. Blockchain is just an idea. The working out of the idea is basically everything that you do can be seen by everybody else, but it's encrypted, so it usually isn't seen by anybody else. But if the chain leads to you, your data is all available. So there's a weird two-edged sword of transparency and anonymity in it.
Yeah, in public blockchains, anybody can review anybody else's transactions, but it's not named as an individual person. It's named as a set of numbers. So,
but you can't find that individual person.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah,
yes.
but
it is traceable, right?
Yeah,
it's not displayed.
I actually pulled up some information on this because this keeps coming up when it comes to decentralization on the internet and everything. And I pulled up some information about this, especially when it comes to regulations. And it has to do with decentralization on the internet and how it affects. It's affected by regulations. And it says that regulations affect a decentralized internet by creating compliance challenges, shifting power dynamics, and threatening user privacy. Because decentralized networks lack a single point of control, traditional rules designed for centralized tech centralized tech giants often clash with peer-to-peer community-run architectures. Now, laws requiring a designated corporate office, legal representation, or single point of contact, such as the EU's Digital Service Acts, are difficult for volunteer run or decentralized node networks to satisfy. Automated filtering mandates or strict liability rules conflict with open source protocols where no single entity controls what content is published or mirrored. Anti-money laundering, AML, and know your customer, which I'm completely 100% against. Those rules try to force identification on foundational infrastructure layers, threatening permissionless access. This is what happens whenever you're doing just regular internet. This has nothing to do with decentralization. These are the companies that are actually creeping into your data and stealing your information.
Not stealing,
Well, you call it what you, small volunteer projects may buckle under regulatory costs, inadvertently pushing users back towards centralized mega platforms that can easily afford compliance teams. Strict national data or content mandate can force decentralized networks to geofence regions, breaking the global connectivity of peer-to-peer systems. Not physical or cloud-based decentralized networks, like decentralized physical infrastructures or node operators, face legal risks if regulators.
Much like the swamp space.
Yeah. Which legal risks if regulators misapply traditional utilities or financial laws to open source. So that's what I got right there.
So why is the swarm space? Why is the swarm space maybe breaking rules? What are they doing?
I'm not saying that it's breaking rules. I'm just that definition that Roger used. I just
it's basically infrastructure chilling effects. It's basically infrastructure chilling effects. Like if you have a cloud-based decentralized network, like decentralized physical infrastructures or node operators, they faced legal risks if regulators misapply traditional utility or financial laws to open source. Basically, these people are attacking open source. These huge mega corporations.
Swamp space being no single centralized owner.
Yes.
No entity that actually technically owns swamp space.
Yeah.
Yes.
We call it
and so
monopoly.
Wait, just a minute. Sorry.
They're monopolizing the industry.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Well, that's just competition. That's just it's not monopoly. So you can choose whatever you want.
That's what we're choosing. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's what we're choosing, and they're trying to be bullies because they don't want decentralization. That means they lose control. Okay.
Again, this relates back to the bank and the centralized bank, CDBCs.
I don't think I understand anything that you guys have said for the last 10 minutes. I think it's time for me to leave the conversation because I don't actually really get what you're going on about. Well, something law, something corporation, something monopoly.
What it basically is like you have you have swarm space that you're trying to build, right? And you're trying to create a community, all right? These big platforms like Facebook and Google and freaking they're all freaking a part of the regulations for how the web is supposed to be regulated according to these governments, okay? Now, the whole thing of it is they don't like decentralized freaking communities being built like this because it's breaking into freaking their monopolies. They have a monopoly over the internet.
But we don't care. Why do we care what they think? They want to do it their way. We want to do it our way. Let them fuck off and do what they want. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like the search engine of your site, okay, will say yes or no if it's real or not, or if it even shows up on the internet. That's what everyone's talking about, monopolizing.
Let them do what they want with their stupid internet. I don't care. I've got my peer group. I've got my friends. I've got my projects. I've got whatever I've got. They can do what they like with their silly internet full of bots and fraud and influences.
See that's the honest way of acting and the honest way of doing things. Okay, and you're right. You don't care, and but the sad part about it is they do care. You see what
and they
I mean?
might beat us. And
they're
so while we are alive,
attacking.
we will be alive.
Right, they're
and
the ones that are
can
attacking you. You see what I mean? They're attacking you. It's not.
Well, the thing is that we hope that if there are 7 billion of us, that we'll just win by not attacking back, just leaving them, walking away, joining hands with each other.
No, it's not going to happen like that.
No.
How many users are on Facebook? How many users do use you? Oh, I use YouTube. We all use YouTube.
Bieber, MySpace.
But it's down to consumer choice. And the average consumer, the Joe on the streets, is still going to use Facebook. Is still going to use these.
I don't think so. I disagree with that. I think.
At the moment they are.
You give it about another 5-6 years, and more people are going to be moving the direction we're moving.
I think you've been a bit overly idealistic.
I don't think so. I always use MySpace as an example for a reason. Okay, people said the same shit about MySpace, but when they became the freaking police force for freaking right and wrong, that's when freaking somebody had to sell their company. And now, you know what they're doing? They're trying to freaking sell freaking cheap space for people who want to freaking share music. Okay, and nobody even
cares what they're doing. Do you know that political cartoon thing that says, that's got the cliff and the plank that goes out, and the politician standing alone on the end of the plank, and then a big crowd standing on the side keeping him up, and it says, why don't they just walk away?
Mm-hmm.
We'll just walk away from the big platforms, those of us who want to, those of us who don't want to be controlled, and the millions and billions and trillions of people who are about to come online with Starlink from all sorts of remote areas who have never ever met platforms. And we know that they don't want to ever meet the platforms. And so we're providing a service for them because we know in the next 5 years it's going to happen. 6 billion very poor people.
I keep mentioning this. I keep mentioning this about YouTube, okay? And people don't really want to pay attention to what's going on there. Like if you pay attention to the changes that are going on with Google and YouTube right now, it's going along exactly the way I've said this 3-4 years ago. YouTube will no longer allow just average users to go on there and make their own videos. They've already, just recently, they've started what they called YouTube TV. Okay. And YouTube TV, if you want to join YouTube TV, you'll have your own TV-like show. But of course, you know, there's going to have to be standards that you're going to have to go according. Have 1,000 viewers or subscribers and stuff like that. And they're phasing out the ability to freaking go on there. I guarantee you, here before long, YouTube will be a freaking like a YouTube, or it'll be like an internet television channel. They're not going to make it to where you can go in there and put your videos on there anymore. They're going to close it out.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. It's worth remembering that ever since the creation of the web back in 91, 92, and then 94, 94, let's say. Anybody could create a site and a platform site, whatever, and either host it themselves or host it for a third party. Anybody could do that.
You see, the thing is that you don't know when you're at the top of a mountain with skis on and you've launched off to go down to the bottom. You don't know if you're going to make the journey down to the bottom. You launch off and you give it a go anyway.
Yeah, but it's just not that going
And
down.
we've seen that having social media platforms is a very, very negative experience for people. They get addicted to dopamine hits and they get manipulated by the propaganda machine. And so we want to set up a system so that millions and millions of people coming online have got an alternative to social media that I jokingly call anti-social media, because I'm quite an antisocial person.
So you're doing
But
great.
the thing is, we've seen the problem and we are attempting a solution. Maybe we'll fail. Maybe this isn't the way. Maybe peer-to-peer is just pie in the sky crap. Maybe it stops people being manipulated by the system and allows them to make small niche projects with groups of their peers, their social peers, in real life. So you've got a band group, a band project, and you've got a gardening project, and you've got a school project, and you've got a church project. And you know those people, and you interact with them, and you post back and forth, and you organize your real life events without having an advertiser or an LLM trying to herd you. Sorry, let's not rant.
No, you're doing great. You don't shut up. When you get into your really good stuff, man, you just start getting shy and not wanting to say nothing. You're doing great. And Otto's here too, by the way, before you start on. Otto's here. Welcome, Otto.
Yeah, indeed. Something that you've got to think about is reach. These big platforms allow for a large amount of reach because they are popular, they are well marketed. YouTube is well marketed, Facebook is well marketed. In fact, both YouTube and Facebook do things like TV and radio. These are well-known names. Therefore, they can send the messages out to prospective customers, prospective users, and there's a reach there.
You know, I want to point something out too, and this actually let me point this out too. This is what we're doing right now. Okay, when we have you on here and we're talking about swarm space, we're trying to put that reach out. And the thing of it is it's like and you know, I mean, I'm not really big at quoting Jaffe, but Jaffe brings up a good point when it comes to this kind of stuff. He's like, when he does his Secret Santa thing in the winter, he always asks, why isn't it that nobody else, why is it that none of these rich famous people are freaking doing it? You know what I mean? And this same thing applies to people that we know who are actually into streaming and they're into simulcasting and stuff like that. Why aren't they trying to support stuff like this? Why is it that they're only looking for their interests and their own, you know what I mean? How many people do we know?
Because there will always be those people. Those are what is called the sheeple. That's Joe average. 50% of the guys just go along doing what's prescribed for them. They go to school, they learn their times table, they parrot everything, they have a little wife and a little child, and they parrot. And they are influencers. And that's their life. We're not them.
Hence why I'm not so optimistic about these sort of mass sort of change.
They follow us.
But think of it like this. Yeah, but think of it like this. Your site's going to be unique and different for each of what you want, how you want it to be constructed. How many other sites follows in your construction of your site? Okay.
It's constructed. It's done.
No, but what I'm referring to is
Anybody who wants it
yeah,
just has it for free.
no. What I'm referring to is look how you're building it. What you're building and how it's being built. How many other sites going to be like that? Not too many.
It's also
So
worth
far,
noting.
1,000 people, I think, Quantum told me the other day. So far, 1,000 people have remixed his project.
I see,
and got it
that's
for
something I want.
themselves.
So that Robert understands this. Okay, Robert, they don't want it to just be unique in them. If other people are interested in reusing their content, reuse it, make it
Copying.
copy
We
it,
want
copy
you
it,
to
make
copy
it
it and do what we're doing exactly for
Oh,
free.
yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Or
Well, I'm just saying
copying
how unique it is. You know how good it is
Okay.
that
It's
they
not
want to do
It's
that.
the best thing
It's
that's ever
not
happened in the
necessary.
whole history of the world. I
Okay,
can't
it's
give
not
you an
necessarily
objective
a
answer.
direct. It's not necessarily a direct duplication. I mean,
Oh yeah, they'll make their own.
this is what I'm saying. Looking at things like open source licensing.
I don't even think they have anything that open source would cover.
Yeah,
Dude, when it comes to
and
this
that's
kind of
why
thing.
I'm advising Mike to use something like
Um,
AGPL. It's not such a direct duplication. In theory, you can use the same source code and you can modify it and add to it as long as you republish that source code anyway.
Quantum says that his dream, his ideal, the thing that would make him the most happy, what's driving him to do this, is that one day somebody who's copied his code goes viral, and he says, "Yeah, I did that." That's the thing that he wants, Robert. Sorry, carry on, Mark.
Sorry, also, I'm just thinking, you keep on saying peer-to-peer decentralized. Technically, Swarm Space is a bit of a hybrid project because obviously it still uses a hosting framework. It still uses a domain name. So, and these are centralized portions.
We're not rich.
Yeah, I also
sadly, it would have been lovely if we were Bitcoin millionaires and we could do this with all the Bitcoins and actually pull the strings.
No,
but we're not. We're poor, and we have to use the technology that we can afford. Basically,
let me step in on that because yeah, I know you think that it's not big, but I've actually been going into Gister here lately. Okay, and what you guys are doing is definitely hybrid, but it's in a good way. Because there isn't very much out there. Okay, seriously, you guys are doing really, really good. So
do the best you can with what you have, and
I'm not saying it's bad enough.
Something more, more like what you want.
Somebody will do a better thing. That's evolution. But we have to do this thing for them to stand on us and do the better thing. And if we don't step up and do this thing, nobody will be able to stand on us and do the better thing. So it's terribly important to play your part, to play your, to build it, and they will come. Lay it down for the next generation of builders, the next Masons.
Somebody had to sweat and work hard to make the really crude and ineffective Newcomen engines before they could make the more proper steam engine following it, sort of deal. Yes. So. And it was people worked very hard on a technology, and we were talking about that before about how technologies build on each other, and what we regard as obsolete is it's very important to do it as well as you can. And again, it doesn't disappear instantly. I'm sure Newcomen engines were still in use for a long time.
I hate the term obsolete.
Well, less used, less populated. The market isn't there for it. It's
we know Mark too. It's like I keep mentioning all the old stuff he's got hidden around the room around him. Like he has shit from 1980 and doors like maybe a hand reach away from him. My goodness.
The man has a Zippo. I mean, I've got a Zippo, but I don't use it.
He's got old computer supplies from 1984.
You can get away with a Zippo with cigarettes, but with a pipe, it's like, oh, the flavor. It's like, oh, you don't want the Zippo.
Nah, I went on Gister yesterday, okay, and I was curious. I found this thing on there that was supposed to be a VR room. So I went in there, okay, and I'm going to tell you right now, the best I could come up with was a VR room that was 2-bit. Okay, and that was it. So trust me when I say you guys are doing really good with what you're doing.
He's extraordinary. They told him he couldn't do it. For years and years and years, he tried to get somebody to listen to his idea. And people shot him down and shot him down and shot him down. And he didn't give in. And then I said, let's give it a go. Like, put it on Lovable. And I had some money from somewhere. I don't know what it was. It might have been that Carly had $750 in her account when she died. And I took that money and I bought Doge coins with it because I thought my baby would enjoy the joke of a meme coin. And then when the Doge did its little jumpy thing, I sold some of them for something. And I bought a subscription to Lovable. And I said, let's give it a go. Let's see if it can be done. And it's the most, it can be done. And it's just this most wonderful, wonderful for me legacy, for me to be able to be involved in this project. That sort of, I feel that Carly bequeathed me this little window of opportunity into the future. So for me, I'm here for the ride, you know. I just find it extraordinary to be involved with somebody. Because Elon Musk, that happened to Elon Musk too, you know. He said he wanted to build a rocket ship. And he went over to China, and somebody said, in wherever he was in his foreign language, they said, what does this little boy want with us? And they sent him away, and he said, I'm going to do it now. Yes. He wanted to buy a nuclear rocket.
Even though the SpaceX project is really, a lot of it is backed by the US taxpayer anyway. So,
all of it. That's what the system is for.
Well,
do you know that everybody could be a millionaire if they did what Elon Musk did? It's there and it's ready, and it's what the system offers you if you're prepared to play the system. And he was. He knew how to play the system. He knew how to get money out of it. He knew how to make a program. And he's provided jobs for hundreds of millions of people. Fair, like good working conditions. And now with this IPO thing that he's done, he's made millions of his workers into millionaires by shifting their shares, because he's been paying them in shares for years.
Okay, I've got a lot of criticism with the Musk's recent IPO, and it's losing money quite considerably at the moment.
That's what he does. That's what happened with X as well.
The first trillionaire.
X was overvalued anyway. Facebook,
it goes up and down. That's how he plays his game. I don't know. I just there are things there that are admirable. There are ideals there that are admirable. There are people that have been helped. Actual people that their lives have been changed from normal wage slave, into a person with an actual shot at life. That's wonderful for one man to do that. We all should learn what he's done, and we should all do it. But it takes sleeping on your office floor under your desk, and not a lot of people are prepared to put that amount of energy into building $1 million empire. And
hey, so, man, I've fallen asleep on the computer. So don't go there. That's where
Roger. Just wait.
Just doing this stuff, you know. And
build us and come.
Well, I'm not Elon Musk, okay?
Well, yeah, but you're forgetting something, people. Elon Musk, at the beginning, he fired about 60% of his personnel because he found out that a lot of them was not needed for the jobs that in his company, because it was all shots of the same thing. So
Twitter at the time was over-bloated by the previous owners. Too many chefs, too many chefs.
Same people were doing. He had too many people doing the same job, more or less, and he just figured saving money and getting things done, because more people that he had doing the same thing was creating more of a bigger problem. for his business. And the same thing what he was doing here in the U.S. as well. And
He
that's when
arrived.
huh?
He arrived in America with $500 in his pocket.
Yeah. And he built the electrical car and all that. And
everybody told him it couldn't be done.
yep. And
mind gaming also. You see what happens if you actually grab hold of an extraordinary idea that you know it's not going to work. It's everybody's told you it isn't going to work, and try and make it work.
I disagree with Musk on a lot of things. I disagree, but I can see he's an idealist. I question his on a lot of things, and I question a lot of his ideas, but I do recognise that he's an idealist.
But he must
those ideas
question
may
him.
or may not.
Worshipping him the absolute wrong response. Of course, when there's somebody with that much power and that much money, we should question them and we should keep them accountable. And if things go wrong, we should be able to say, hey, hold up, is this what we want our leaders to be? And it's terribly important to have that. I think, Mark, that your attitude towards it is very sane and very sensible attitude, because it's very, very easy to be swept away by the power and the charisma and the idealism.
I would point out too, and this is good because with a pipe you can pontificate really well. And I would point out that they did laugh at Columbus. They also laughed at Rube Goldberg, if you know who he was. So it is important to not allow the crowd to define your own path. You know, it's also important, like you were saying, Bob, about sleeping under your desk. This isn't a half-baked scheme that people are ridiculing, but rather ridiculing the hard work the guy was doing. And I'll also say that even if a venture is, unlikely, even if a venture is something that you normally wouldn't, doesn't make quote unquote common sense, these ventures can still be very important because they test our limits. And again, when we were talking about Elon's satellite system for cell phones, he's not thinking in purely economic terms. He's thinking about, how is this going to affect future history of technology in 50 years and 100 years? And I'm sure a system like this, like we were saying, building it, maintaining it is going to teach us a lot. And by the end of the first 5 years, we was talking about, replacing the system every 5 years. I would wager the system would be a lot better by then. This isn't a guy that just sits there and rests on his laurels. Oh, we invented this great thing. Let's make money off of it. He's like, we invented this great thing. How can we make it better? How are future generations going to look at me? This is like world historic thinking. And we have been ruled by this very, I call it bean counter decisions. These very, arguably short-sighted, capitalistic, monopolistic, economic arguments. Marxism did it to us, reduced everything to economics. And, I remember reading a paper on medieval history years ago, and the guy started introducing Marxist interpretations of the situation, something that was completely alien, to the thinking of the time. And it completely, I don't mind you adding economic conditions to these things, but he completely ignored every other aspect of the society, the spiritual aspects, the cultural aspects. All this was by the wayside. It had to do with the bourgeoisie, the rising middle class, and so forth and so on. So I think it's important that the really big things are done by people who think outside of that bubble. I think at the end of the day, Musk is a world historic figure. He already knows this and he acts accordingly. And yeah, okay, he's a bit of a clown. And yes, it's going to be very disturbing for a lot of us. I know people that just simply bridle whenever they come across that much power and charisma and money. It scares the hell out of me. I wouldn't want to meet him. I don't like incredibly powerful people. I went down to Washington, D.C.
I want to interview him.
Ago. Oh, no. I went down to Washington, D.C. When my dad was in the hospital during his final illness. And I went down there and I was with a friend of mine and I was like, well, Washington, D.C., haven't been here since I was a small child and I don't really remember it. So, I started driving towards the Capitol and I just had this vibe of like, don't go near that place.
the concentration of power. It's like Solon said. You know, you don't want the deity to notice you. I don't want these guys to even know I exist. Kind of deal. It's like a mosquito and an elephant. You know, even unintentionally. But yeah, no, I think you've got to get
South
beyond.
African. It's so interesting. He's a South African. It's a particular culture. It's a particular personality. It's a way of looking at the world of a person who was brought up in Africa in the most extraordinary climate with millions and millions of poor people around them, people who have no chance of a job their whole lives, who earn less than $5 a day. If you have grown up seeing people walking around every day without shoes, in rags, you cannot grow up and not be changed by that experience of being a white African. It does a thing to your heart that if I could change those people's lives. And do you know that because he's white and because he's a white man with a majority interest in his company, South Africa won't allow their citizens to use his Starlink. They won't allow them to have...
Racist as hell.
That's not the point.
They can still access
That's not the point.
X. South Africa still allows for X to be...
Yes, but not for their people to have access to internet wherever they are. I mean, for $80, you can buy yourself a Starlink Mini, and wherever you go, you can be reading a book on the Internet Archive. You can be educating yourself on how to feed your children. You can, for free, have the history of mankind through Starlink, if your government was to allow their population to. What he has provided for the poor people is a gateway to wealth and prosperity that no other human being has given. And he might be criticizable. You know, we're white South Africans. Not a lot of people have ever liked us. I'm not a South African, by the way. Sorry.
But don't forget too. It's been proven too. A lot of people, if themselves, if they're intelligent, if they got ways of doing what they want, they'll progress in ways that people don't think of to finish what they want in life. If they want to own a business, and what type of business, they will work in their own mind, in their own way, and their own specifications on how they're going to do that specific thing. But they just got to know when they start, how far is that person willing to go to make that deal go through for himself, not no one else but himself. And to know that to keep it going, this is how it's got to be, and he has to know too the right things, like for wherever he's from, what would be the best, what type of the best thing to get into. You know, I mean, it depends on wherever you're at, what type of business, but you know, a person they go as far as they want, as long as they have the will and they're smart about how they want to do it.
That's exactly it, Robert. And if people have the gateway to all the education resources in the world, all the tutorial videos, they learn to read your own business, you learn to make your business with an LLM, how to run your life with an agent. It is there for every poor person in the whole planet. Available, the doorway.
Yeah, in the 25 let a machine do all the work for you. No, sorry. I think that's a absolutely
No, that's an ideal. That's
dehumanizing
not it.
concept.
That's not it.
I
The
think that's a
power
bit
only.
dystopian. I just
Why?
checked. I think you were being a bit unfair about the Starlink thing. In South Africa, I've just checked, and South Africa 3G coverage reaches 99.7% of the population of South Africa. 4G LTE
You have to
connection
have been in South
reaches
Africa
86%
to
of the
know
population.
what speed you have, what restrictions you have.
Sure,
It's
yeah.
second rate, it's
but
third
they've still got
rate, it's
access.
pathetic, and it's
Yeah,
hugely
but they still got
expensive.
access.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now here I checked up on it too, and like you have to pay freaking outrageous amounts for freaking that stuff, and then
White people can afford
it's still
that because they've got
not
jobs.
free. It's you know what I'm saying. It's like when you turn
Yes.
around, you look at it like the latency, especially.
Nobody can afford that if they're herding sheep.
You know, I'm not going to be paying that kind of money with the bad latency that's going on or that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, neither would I.
It's like I dealt with HughesNet, which came out,
It's
and they started
commercialism that's so wrong, and making people pay for everything. Do you know, you jump into the Swarm space, you don't need to pay for anything.
Well, you know, somebody has to pay
It's good.
somewhere. I mean, nothing's really free. I mean, someone somewhere has worked to create.
You would need a subscription to Starlink.
Yeah, but the problem is
He's not giving it away for free. That's true.
Right.
Yeah, but it depends on what you're selling and how valuable really it is for the price.
It does. It comes down to internet connection. I mean, that's really what it's going to come down to. Like with us, okay, we have supposed unlimited internet, all right? But in order to have that, you have to pay $126. Now, if you turn around and you look at everybody else and say, well, why are you paying that much for when you can get it for $45? The thing of it is your memory usage comes in blocks. I can pay $45 a month on internet for only 400 gigabytes. But after that gigabytes is gone, I'm shut off.
Again, the US. Okay. Couple of things here. The US has got a really poor cell infrastructure sort of.
Yeah, but do you have unlimited
but,
Mark?
Yes, I use a 4G plus a LTE advanced connection for most of my stuff, and I've got contracts with Free Hutchison that gives me unlimited, non-capped internet access.
Nice.
Do they bottleneck you? Do they freaking slow down your internet because you're using it too much?
Nope.
It's
totally uncapped.
But when it gets close to it, they do slow it down. Right before you get to it.
Just going back to South Africa for a moment, I just checked. The average salary in South Africa is average gross monthly salary is 25,000 to 29,000 rand. The average price of a cell phone contract is 149 to 1,000 rand. So 149 rand. The high end contracts are from 540 rand to 1,000 rand. So the average working person in South Africa can pay for a monthly contract, I would argue.
Let's be careful of the word average too, because an average is, you know, you take the average. So if you graph it, that average is going to be right in the middle, which means like half the people are not going to be able to afford this, and that's a lot of people.
So also, a very important thing that you said there is that's the average salary of the working person. I've just looked it up.
Yeah.
The rate of unemployment in South Africa is 32.7%. So there is 1/3 of the population that I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that might be full of Mozarts and Beethovens and Picassos, and who knows if they had access to the world's wealth, if they could educate themselves well enough to get a job, to buy a subscription. Satori D said to me that he thinks that within the next 5 or 10 years there won't be an internet as we know it. It will just be agents extracting information from different databases. And I know that there is a theory that says that once you free the people, we will have there will be more produce, more things will be being produced by robots than people can consume. More cars, more houses, more produce, more technology. And so if everything is so abundant for the entire world's population, what will people be free to create for each other, for society? It's an experiment that hasn't been done, and people say it'll never work, we shouldn't try it. But I don't think so. I think we should try it.
But let me ask you a question. In Africa, there are 3 different types of people: the wealthy, the middle class, and the ones. Okay, and what categories are the ones that you're talking about? Okay, because that's the problem.
4.
People that can barely afford it. What plan are you talking about? And each one's different.
Guys,
programs.
where I lived, there were children whose mums fed them by going down to the rubbish dump every day and scratching through other people's rubbish for things to sell and scraps of food for their children to eat.
Yeah.
There were children who walked around barefoot all day, who weren't in school, who walked around smashing the grass with sticks, hitting the grass with sticks, to frighten grasshoppers, to catch the grasshoppers, to take them home for their mothers to make soup. I'm not talking about people like us, or people who are struggling, or people who have a part-time job, all those things. I'm talking about dire, dire poverty in 30% of a population. I feel that tax money is not the answer. There are only a very small proportion of us, and we can barely maintain our own communities. We can't just throw money at the thing. We have to have a solution where we can empower the poor people to change their own lives. And the only thing that science has proven is education. It's the only thing that changes a person's life. Sorry, Otto.
Well,
when
you're talking about bringing the internet to millions of people living in the very edge of the fourth world, if you like, I would hope this would be part of a larger program to alleviate their conditions. I just had this vision of some person who doesn't have decent water to drink and has the worms. They don't have shoes on, so they get those terrible worms that go into their. But they can watch YouTube.
Yeah.
They've got this other thing. It actually goes into you. It's I forget the name of it. It's
TikTok.
Horrible, and it's all through Africa.
And us. There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to develop the Swarm Spaces live streaming facility there.
I know about you, and you're talking about empowering.
We don't have a platform. People don't need to pay.
But I'm thinking about trying to empower people, and yes, it should be done electronically, but also bringing them irrigation systems, showing them how to dig wells, bringing them the equipment they need to do it, giving them the plans.
Been tried.
I know, and you know why I'm telling this story, because you told me the story, and I'm just saying, if you can't get people to help themselves in the most concrete things keeping them alive, how
Give
will
them
they
the
be able to help
resources.
themselves using what's basically an audiovisual medium?
You
at
see,
the end
if it
of the day?
happens that there is no money and that the internet is full of bots and that we swivel to a completely different monetary system, it is possible that each company will issue their own currency, and each company will have a group of followers that is loyal. So, for instance, Walmart will have a Walmart token, and people who shop at Walmart can earn Walmart tokens. And they will go to Walmart to shop at Walmart with the Walmart tokens that they were given, because everything is abundant. The entire system has changed. There is no longer scarcity. And what a person needs is for you to go and get it from them, so they have a reason to exist. And one of the things that happens when there's huge societal change is that all the economic systems that have been up until that time completely change, and a new economy is integrated. And overnight, it could be that every single person becomes their own banker. And they keep their own token and store their own wealth.
Okay,
I love it.
so a
'cause
drastic
Bob
change.
Bob Dub has turned into
and
like
kind
the
of a
rebel
dress.
in the room, dude. Everybody's all like
we-
fired up and shit. It's like
we you know,
Okay,
first I would say with
okay.
any kind of drastic
Okay, we'll need to do it
economic
one by
change
one then. You
is-
have to
take
repudiate
turns.
me.
if you
So, Roger, I
if you
think
can,
we call the room to order.
Okay, so
Please.
yeah, I did
Okay.
that last week and they got mad at me. They were vicious
Do
to
it
me.
again. Sorry,
So-
don't be vicious to Roger. I've
Okay.
given him the power. I can't listen to you and you all talk at once. So, Roger, please, if you could administer
Okay.
the debate, it would be helpful for me.
Okay, so Bob Dub, first let's let Otto do it because Mark is fired up and he wants to talk, but let Otto say what he wants to say because he's been trying to say something. And Robert, don't be mean. Just don't say
Well,
it until they're done.
I only had two things. I had one thing I wanted to say, and then I was just going to say that such a drastic basic change in the economic system of the planet. These things have happened, but it usually has to do with more world changing, like suddenly iron is important because we know how to work it. And yes, it can be a technological thing or something like we have ships that can travel more than a half a yard off into the water. We can actually trade. It's always something that's scarce. Look, we have this spice. You know, I mean, the natives, they ignore it, but here it's worth its weight in whatever you like. But the other thing I was going to say was when you were talking about introducing the economy of abundance, and I'm a big fan of the economy of abundance. And, you know, this is not a new idea. This is a wonderful idea. But I am reminded, speaking of South Africa, you know, one of the most abundant things in the world is diamonds. You know how many tons of diamonds are burnt at the Kimberley mine head every year? So abundance, I think, would have a lot of trouble being introduced. We have abundance in a lot of things already. In the United States, we have way too much abundance of sugar. I've talked before about Richard Nixon's attempt to secure food security in the face of the riots in the Soviet Union at the time. So, yeah, I'm just saying I love the economy of abundance, but it does have some stumbling blocks. There are active breaks in place that keep this from being established. Similar breaks would keep people from, I mean, I could see the currencies, us all going to a complete token economy. You know, what is an economy? And then we have to start thinking about, and what is money? My friend O.C. Sure would go on at great length that money is justice, that money equalizes exchanges between unequal things, and that anything else is what he calls counterfeit. I have no idea what he thinks of tokens. I'll have to ask him about that. But, so yeah, what is money after all? It's a medium of exchange. You know, if we have something that we can all agree on to use so that I, as the shoemaker, don't have to trade 10,000 pairs of shoes to get the plumber to come in and like install a bathtub. And at the same time, the plumber doesn't have to like give me one faucet in return for a pair of shoes. We can give each other money, which is a wonderful thing. But that was my only comment. Now we unleash Lord Edworthy.
Go, Lord Edworthy,
As he
go.
unmasks his batteries.
I'm going to speak in specifics rather than these sort of generalizations that I've been hearing within the last 10 minutes. Yeah, that's the danger. We're
Granted.
going into too much generalization. The tokens, the idea of shop or corporate sort of style tokens creates a sort of closed loop society. You can only purchase from this one store using this one, and that destroys the entire concept of less than fair markets, which I do not like at all. As far as South Africa is concerned, I've just checked. The unemployment insurance fund only lasts for 8 months in South Africa. I'm not talking about illness benefits. I'm not talking about maternity benefits. I'm just talking solely about the unemployment. So yeah. Granted, it's not like Britain where, in theory, you could be unemployed for the majority of your life. Also, I found out that in South Africa, they've got an extremely good library system that reaches approximately, there's approximately between 1,400 and 1,800 public and community libraries. The majority of them provide some sort of internet provisions. So this argument that the average African or South African cannot access the internet is not really true. They can use their local libraries and they can still have relatively free access.
They won't let them go on 4chan though.
To the web.
Can I show you something?
Well, yeah, but they still got
is.
access to the web.
Let me see if I can
Sorry?
find this. When I'm talking about unemployed people, this is what I'm talking about. Stupid thing. Look. This is what I'm talking about. These people can't access a library, Mark.
There are community libraries in various areas. I haven't actually had a look at the specific areas.
Like anything else, it's a very large country, and I'm sure a lot of people do have access to these things, but a lot of people don't. And if you get 1 million people internet, if you still got another 1 million people that don't have it, they still don't have it. So, statistics are useful, but the person's experience on the ground. One thing I noticed, I've been in a country, here in America, and the general consensus that people were not very happy with what's going on, but the government keeps giving you statistics showing that everything is great, and they are great from a certain viewpoint. But from the viewpoint of the people on the ground, it can be very different.
I am not saying that people do not have access. I'm saying that more people will have access. A different type of person. A person who had no hope of ever being educated in their whole life, of never reading and writing, can have access to the top minds in the top universities in the world by joining that, what's that programmy thing that the American university place does, where it lets people join their little things for free. Can't remember what it's called. I'm not saying that this is the answer to the whole world. I'm not even saying that it's going to catch on. But we could talk about all the reasons why it won't work. Or we can give it a go and see if we could make something that could work. And if we fail, and if the swarm space isn't something that's popular with people, we've learned so much. We've learned, we know more about what it takes to run a community. We know more about, I know a whole lot more about a whole lot of things. So I don't think that giving it a go out of idealism is a bad way to spend your life, really. I'm not trying to be someone like Elon Musk is. I've just come across somebody with some very interesting ideas who wants to put them into action. And it's fascinating to me that actually you can make a peer-to-peer torrenting system and you can run a private server to share your information with your friends. It is a possible thing. 2 or 3 years ago, everybody told me it was impossible, and I was stupid to think that it could be done.
Well, no, that's totally incorrect. It was possible from the start of the web.
Just to make this.
All my normie friends say it's not.
Well, normies, what do they know?
Just to make this clear to us, let's ask Robert. Robert, do you have any mean things to say to the rebel rouser?
Yes.
Well, what I was referring to is for people that, like what I was referring to is there are 3 different types of people to where they have to work for everything, but everybody was sitting there saying how the expensive things are there, the internet and all that. But then there's like, well, how many people lower, like you were saying about there's different types of lower class people that can't afford this or afford that. But for as many jobs, for who has the jobs that can afford that stuff, what I was referring to, and the ones that don't, they and the thing of it is, like, they had them computers that I forget what group it was, the little generator thing on the side of the computers, but when they were dropped off in Africa, the people that was stealing of the medical and food and all that through the country, they snagged them all up. They did. Okay, not too many, but they were learning. They were. I was
access to technology per se. I remember when Tony Blair came into power in 1997. One of his first big catchphrases was education, education, education. The issue in South Africa is the government's past sense have failed the people. They have not provided sufficient education, or they've not provided the systems to allow for education in these more rural areas. So it is really
no money. There are millions and millions and millions of people who do not work, who live by eating grasshoppers.
This comes back to what I was talking about too, though. Okay, now this is something that everybody always overlooks when it comes to Africa. Africa has been ravaged. It's been freaking demolished, and people freaking are coming into that continent. They're freaking raping the land, and they're taking all the rewards back to where freaking they come from. People freaking make profits off of Africa, and then they ship it off to freaking England,
only Africa.
Sweden, to freaking United States.
My link is to Africa, so that's what I talk about my experience. This is Asia. This is all over the Middle East. This is all over South America. There are 4% of us in the world. 4% of us in the world that have this level of economic security that us average people have. 96% of the world's population is below average income.
Wow, that's a good argument to own a gun.
Well, see, my whole point though is
why is the army so big?
When it comes to Africa specifically, though, that's one example of a lot of it. Okay,
Wow.
now when you
Wow.
take a look at that, you can see it point blank in history. Not one single person who freaking made millions and millions of dollars off of Africa actually live in Africa.
What about India? Where did the biggest diamond in the world? It's in the Queen's crown.
India
What's
is
that?
the most populated country in the world. Okay, now that's another thing that needs to be taken into consideration. So is China. Okay, now
Yes,
you hear
China.
you hear the United States talking about regulations on the environment. We need to make environment safer, and then they criticize China for freaking still using coal. Well, China needs to use coal because they have the second hugest population in the world. So what do you expect them to do? Do you think they should all have solar panels and freaking live a freaking?
I think we're going that way. I think that we're going that way. I think this era of abundance, I think the era of abundance is, I don't know how widespread it's going to be, it's just a theory, but I do think the internet and cell phones are the thing that people want. Nobody's forcing them to have it. There's no government regulations. There's no Tony Blair with his finger in his...
Well, you can want things. You can want things.
Anything. There is what the will of humanity is. And I believe that the people who want to self-educate will, and there will be this blooming of intelligence and creativity and connectedness and humanity and brotherly love.
You have just
have
me
this
up to
abundance,
a story. Hold up. There's a story that I actually think you should hear because this is important, and this directly is what you're talking about. China literally took billions of dollars to build an entire freaking modern city, okay? And they wanted people from the area to move into it. And did you know it sits abandoned today because not one single person wants to live there?
There's quite a few in China.
Governments are a terrible, terrible thing. We need to get away with governments.
The other thing is,
with governments. Do away with.
You've got to remember when you're talking about this abundance thing. And how people want. Yeah, they want things. People have wanted stuff all through history. That doesn't make things happen. If you want all these things to happen, the one thing you need abundant for anything else is energy. We need energy abundance because everything else, these data centers, all this stuff, and I have some doubts about data centers, at least how they're overseen. Energy is going to be key to this. So abundance is not just things. You have to manufacture the things. You need an industrial base to do this. You need the kind of energy that petrochemicals are unleashing. People are moving away from the insanity of trying to turn our electrical grid off. And the only people profiting from that are, as you pointed out, China, India. China's building coal plants like crazy. And they're not the nice, clean coal plants we have here in the States. You know, you can see, I'm sure everyone's seen pictures of air in Chinese cities. Yeah. It's as bad as like Eastern Europe during the Cold War.
California.
So, they're commies, aren't they?
Everybody goes through that stage of making it wrong before they make it right.
As we see in the UK at the moment, or as we cheap energy is an extremely important factor, and that's something that we are failing in the UK at this point.
But in outer space, we should have lots of energy if we just float solar panels up above the atmosphere. We should be able to capture enough solar energy to make energy for us.
Man, you guys are amazing.
Have power stations
you guys are
at the edge of the atmosphere.
Okay, you guys are amazing, and Bob Dub has brought a good topic. Hold up. We gotta bring
we need a buzzer.
So you want to have solar panels in orbit beaming huge gigawatt microwave beams down.
Just wait.
You know, I don't think that's gonna work.
Otto, just wait.
Wait.
It's not fun.
I'll wait.
Hold on.
I'll wait.
We've got to bring Minds Roundtable to an end because it's already 7:30.
Something I want to.
No, we can bring this up.
We you on.
we can bring this up here in a little bit. Let me end Minds Roundtable officially so that we can end the show, because you got to remember I'm recording this, and we're going to be making it an actual episode. We're still going to be streaming, so we can still have the conversation. Just let's bring it into the actual recorded show. You guys are all fired up. And this is actually a good show, and I'm really glad Bob Dub did this, because this is actually a good conversation, and you guys are actually talking some good stuff, believe it or not. Okay, so even though you're getting riled up, calm down, and let's get socials. So before we end this show, Bob Dub, can you give us your socials where people can find you and send death threats?
I am. Oh, Roger, I love you so much. The seeds that you plant.
I just want to hug you now.
Okay, so swarmspace.lovable.app or minds.com. I popped up on both of those platforms. I'm on X as bobbed_on_minds with a capital M, but I'm not very active there. And I have a couple of channels on YouTube. If you're interested in any of my videos, there's Sloppy Joe Videos or there's Bobbed Up. I think that's pretty much everything.
There you go. And now we will hold off on the co-host Mark Edworthy, and we'll go to Otto, because freaking Otto's just cool.
Well, you can check out my website at navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. Also, minds.com, username Otto_X. That's EX. I spell it fancy. Check out Navakavada on YouTube or Navakavada Buddhism on BitChute for some interesting and informative videos on Buddhism. Otherwise, Messenger Pigeon sometimes reaches me.
Okay,
Sometimes.
And now we go to our co-host Mark Edworthy, Wild Man Mark Edworthy. How can people get in touch with you, Wild Man?
Just one site, minds.com, username Edworthy.
Okay.
Simple as that.
With me and Robert, we both on the same networks at the moment. You can get in touch with us at Roger_Hanson on minds.com. If you're interested in reaching out to us on Minds, you can find us at Minds Roundtable Weekend Event. It's a group that's set up there. We have not been putting videos on there because of issues with subscriptions and things like that that's going on, technical problems, and so we decided not to continue doing the Minds Plus thing anymore until we can figure out if that's going to get straightened out. Other than that, you can find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973, and you can find us on Element Matrix at Roger's Hangout, Infinite Imaginarium, and the Quantum Gathering. Teams, I have a community as well. It's Roger's Hangout, which I do go to sometimes. I usually don't try to make any claims that I'm there, but I do go there. So if you like this video, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section. That's very important. It helps with the algorithm. It shows the platform that we are active. And if you want to really help support us, make a comment in the comment section. Hope you guys have a good night, good evening, good morning, whatever time of the day it is for you, and we will be back later. Okay, the recording is done, so now continue where you left off.
Okay, can I rebuke you first?
No.
If I may.
Now.
You were talking about Africa as a continent and colonization. The last traditional European colony in Africa was the Spanish Sahara, or Western Sahara, which Spain relinquished in November 1975. There was, I'm not sure how to pronounce this, but Gibraltar gained its independence from France in 1977. Zimbabwe, I'm not sure it's that one, but became achieved formal independence in 1990. But for the majority of these countries, we are talking at least years worth of independence.
Dude, this goes all the way back.
So you were saying that these countries are not capable of self-ruling, are not capable of...
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying they never had an opportunity to. Like, Europe has been exploiting Africa for thousands of years. Let's look at Africa. Africa was the greatest freaking empire on the face of the planet. And freaking Persians, not Persians. It was Assyrians. Assyrians came in and just completely decimated their entire freaking heritage, their entire beliefs.
Remember, North Africa is very different from Sub-Saharan Africa too.
All of it. It's the whole freaking continent.
So Egypt.
Egypt
is the same.
Every single inch of Africa.
This is the history of human interaction on planet Earth. We walk around and we live in different places, and people don't like us being in their place and they try to chase us out. So we go to another place and we do another thing, and then somebody comes in our place.
If you look at all the
human life,
this isn't even discriminating.
Some people are just better at it than others.
Any continent. I'm saying you look at all the continents, okay, and you look at Africa. Africa in particular has been rampaged, dude. Like, they don't even have their original religions anymore because it's just being completely obliterated. You know what I'm saying?
That always happens.
You know,
that's just growth. That happened in Britain. The Angles and the Saxons and the Norwegians and the
worship Gaia. People worship Druids.
You know how many Buddhists were slaughtered in India by the Muslims?
Exactly.
Muslims?
That's not progress.
And to this day, they try.
Just humans do that to each other. Now, what if we were to think up a different way of being, so that we could stop the slaughtering? Wouldn't that
be
the sort of the charitable, quote unquote, aid that the so-called civilized Western world is given to
other countries. Decisions.
Well,
Britain has been giving India plenty of money.
Let me take that back farther in history. Okay, England
India has got one space race. India has got the one space race, but they still got poverty.
The mentality England has this mentality that they adopted from Rome. Okay, see, what happened was Rome came to your island. They frickin' kidnapped your children and forced them into servitude for frickin' ransom. They raped
made them learn Latin.
They frickin' destroyed frickin' the civilization that was there for what they wanted.
Did the Moors.
Now, England. I'm talking. Let's talk about.
England. I'm talking England as well.
England has turned around and they have freaking glorified Rome. You listen to people talk, and they will talk about how great Rome freaking was and how they contributed to their freaking country. When in reality, these were invaders that freaking pillaged, raped, and murdered your people. But that's okay because
everybody likes success. Everybody likes
success. The old joke. They also bought the straight roads. They also bought
Why do you think all those European countries use eagles? All those eagles that they use. Roman Empire, all those
That
guys, they
kind
all
of
want to be Rome.
mentality is horrible,
They all want to
dude.
be Rome.
That is a horrible mentality.
Look at the
and it's just
architecture.
repeated. It's just repeated over and
Look at the
over again.
architecture in Washington, D.C. They
Yeah.
want to be Romans. They all want to be
It's
Romans.
insane.
They all think
It's
that they're
insane.
ancient Romans.
You can't really judge it unless you know it from all angles.
You know?
I think that there's a lot more happening than just following the Roman Empire.
That's just
I
an
think-
example.
Yes, yes, yes.
The
And I
Romans were
also
following
think
Alexander
that
the
there
Great.
are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of very vicious, evil wars happening all over the world right now that we have no idea about. One culture on another culture where they're not in the news, so we don't know that they're happening. But people are hacking each other apart with machetes and setting each other on fire. And we don't know anything about it. This seems to be like this baboon mentality that human beings have. And we need to not do that to each other.
It's horrible.
What we did in the past
And yet we
was
do.
not
So
okay.
there's
Was
Yeah, but-
not okay. Not to
there's
normalize.
obviously some
Yeah,
mechanism.
but like what happened in
there's obviously
Africa,
some mechanism at work there.
like what happened in Africa with AIDS, okay? That people have this religion in Africa about if you have sex with a young child as an adult, you can transfer your AIDS to the child, get rid of it. That's what, and the people that go there, the doctors, what I'm saying is that people
You have to
have to be more mature about stuff in today's society. You can't be
You know
thinking
what
in terms
happened?
like that.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what happened. A witch doctor told them that you had to have sex with a virgin, and that's how you got rid of this juju
Yeah.
that was in you.
Okay.
So then the conversation happened, so these child rapes happened until it got to be younger and younger and younger and younger, and now they are baby rapes. Up to 9-month-old, there are so many of them that they're not even in the news. There are
Okay.
hundreds and hundreds.
Can
You
we
need to
please-
know
You want to
the
give up the
level
internet?
of barbarity.
Can we please not conflate
I love
an
the
entire
internet.
continent with individual countries? I mean, in
I don't know what
certain
happens in the
Latin
entire
America,
continent, Mark.
in certain countries in Latin America, education is really poor. People are not living well. But I want conflate those Latin American countries with the US.
I could
Oh, jeez.
find you the name of the actual witch doctor who actually said those words that caused this horrendous thing. This is a one-off thing caused by one man and enacted by hundreds of men. So it's such a crime that the police force and the government doesn't know how to deal with it. It's a horrendous, terrible, terrible social evil caused by one stupid person who said a stupid thing. It's
Yeah.
not the whole of Africa. It's not indicative of a people.
Hmm.
It's just an actual terrible tragedy that's real. And just because I'm mentioning it doesn't mean that I'm trying to malign a whole people or a whole continent. I'm sure that there are lots of
see-
things in other countries that I don't know about that are
There
just
are.
as awful.
See, and this goes back to another thing with the Aborigines. Okay, a lot of people don't understand that there's things that it's not just three classes: the rich, the poor, the middle class. You have the Aborigine, who a lot of them still believe in freaking pagan beliefs, and that there's not just that happened, but there's also things that happen to albino children up there too, where they believe that freaking if they freaking murder an albino child, they'll freaking be able to gain juju from them
All
because
sorts of horrible things. Yes.
Well, they use the organs for like all kinds of weird potions and stuff. You know?
Okay,
We have these
talking about
wonderful
class, we're
romantic
talking about
ideas about
economic.
wizards and witches, but you know, real wizards and witches in traditional societies can be pretty awful people. They're very scary. Black magic's a real
when
thing.
we're talking about, when we're talking about class, we're talking about economic class or economic classes. You've got the working class, you've got the middle class, you've got upper
The
class, and
aristocrats.
you've got
The owning
yeah, yeah.
aristocrats, the bourgeoisie, the owners of the means of production and distribution, and then everybody else.
You can make an argument about education within those classes. Good education systems and educational abilities and even IQ to those classes, but we are mainly talking about economic factors, economic classes, rather than I don't know, classes based on religion or I don't know, race-related classes. So, yeah. But yeah, we're talking about economics.
That's a good way to put it. Ethnicity is that's the word we use now.
No.
Yeah, well, that's the classic.
Ethnicity means
definition
race.
of the classes as I learned them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difference.
But it's just a way to say it.
So
YouTube.
Economics and race are two different things.
Yes,
yeah,
very much
that's my argument.
It's classical Marxism.
Although
if the
there
actual,
are
not like what they parrot now. Yeah,
there are statistics to show that the darker a person is, the lower class they're likely to be. And the lighter a person is, the higher economic class they're supposed to be.
The darker a person is, the higher the amount of melatonin in their skin, which is related to lower impulse control, higher levels of testosterone, and the presence of the, I think it's called the 2,4 repeat allele, which gives its holders a much more higher chance of, I believe the paper said, shooting and stabbing behavior irrespective of circumstances.
You see, I think that this is the main
these
thing
statistics are interesting, but
yes, I think this is the main criticism of colonialism that I can see that's justified, is that we have a different, the Western world, the Europeans who colonized, we have different chemical makeup and we have different life circumstances, and so the social systems that we have evolved for ourselves mainly depend on working very, very hard, storing a lot of food and making it through the winter when there is no food. And we took our systems and imposed them on countries where people didn't need to work as hard as we did because there was an abundance of food all the year round. They could spend their time having fun and enjoying themselves and socializing and building very, very nuanced and detailed social support systems where you could have a really, really good, beneficial, beautiful life, self-actualizing, not working the entire time, but just being alive. But nobody knows that side of it because we imposed our economic system. Then we withdrew the backing of our nation and left them with the system of governance, which does not
at their insistence
who they are. Because what else would they need? We knew. We were telling them what worked, and they were like, "Oh, okay," and they were receiving it in their schools.
We thought
and it wasn't malicious. It's just that we did not know.
Okay.
And so misunderstandings happened.
I've got 2 points on that.
Yes.
I've got 2 points on this, which are related. When it comes to color, I was me and Mia was talking about this some time ago in relation to IQ, and this goes back to education. Having governments prepare, set up educational, good education policies for the countries. We also, what's the other point I was going to make? I just lost the other point.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
Well,
I think what you say about education.
Really, it's all really related to education anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, but to me, what education comes by what you learn on your own and how you think of that what you have learned. How can you progress from the information you collect by what you see, what you do, and how you handle all of it as well too? Because you can go you can go to a school you want.
State provide,
but street smarts is what you gotta have as well too, and that's one of the important things in any business. You can have street smarts to know that what you look at is not always the case. And the population.
You have education systems that's set up specifically for that community. My other point was, I think it was Zimbabwe, quite recently, within the last 10, 15 years, they drove a lot of white farmers out of the country. Farmers that have been there for generations knew how to maintain crops, how to grow crops, and then they gave the land to uneducated individuals or people that weren't educated in farming, and even now there is a major food shortage issue in Zimbabwe.
Gave the land to the generals as a bribe for loyalty. None of the generals who own the land are able to work it. The farming infrastructure has collapsed. Land is a status symbol. Among black people, you don't own land in the same way that you own land when you're white. Among black people, you steward the land on behalf of the gods, and you're responsible for what happens to it for the next generations. So working it is not an inborn, natural, passed on through culture concept for them. And if you lose your status as a general, you lose your land, you lose your position in your community, you lose everything, and you become a beggar on the streets, become an outcast. So it's a very, very complex loyalty system. And it's not our government system. And our government system doesn't work for that sort of thinking, because it's a European governance system that works for a different set of resources.
Well, yeah, but you guys were talking about population, okay? And well, all countries are looking at it in this way too, okay? About how their populations, like the Soviet, Russia, Japan, the UK, Ireland, the US, they're saying that the population's gone down really far, and they're being concerned, like in Japan. That thing that while they had about one child per family.
No, that's China.
China? Okay. China now has dropped that completely.
China has serious population issues, and they're very racist. If you're not Han Chinese, you're nothing more.
There's no girls.
Well, yeah,
There's no girls for the boys to marry.
There's no children to take care of the aged parents. They don't have the kind of nursing homes like we've got here. They always depended on families to do that. And their army, they've got that vaunted PLA. The one really pitched battle could kill off a lot of their Han Chinese soldiers. And then what are you going to do? Get the Uyghurs? They're not happy with you. The Tibetans, they're not happy with you.
Yeah, but what I'm referring
the Cantonese, forget it.
Well, what an interesting conversation this is. Guys, I need coffee. Are we going to carry on? What's happening now? Do we stop and go?
I have to go to bed, actually, so I'm going to leave you guys one way or the other, I'm afraid.
Yeah,
but it has been a pleasure talking to everyone. I'm very glad I was able to come down and
you too. Just awesome chatting with you.
I hope so. I try.
No, we haven't technically gone into any actual show. we're just chatting and everything. Here in a minute, we're supposed to be doing the Rogers real-time talk show thing, and I wanted to bring it up before we started that with this whole debate thing. Last week turned out to be freaking horrible because the topics that we're discussing is very, 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 very racy compared to what we have before. I had an issue just because of moderation over who needs to speak and who doesn't need to speak at the time, and it caused a lot of friction. So if it happens again, we'll try it, I guess, if we want to, but if it happens again, I'm just going to drop the whole debate thing and we'll do an open discussion like we usually do, because
I was thinking
that was actually pretty freaking outrageous. And I do like doing that format, don't get me wrong, but you end up getting more chaos out of the actual moderation than you do out of the topics, because you know what I mean, because it gets pretty overheated and people want to have conversation back and forth like we're doing here, but then you have that asshole moderator that says, no, you can't speak. You know what I mean? So, and dude, they were so horrible to me, Bob. Though
Why were they horrible to you, Roger? That's the wrong part.
They're just mean.
You
bullies.
shouldn't back down because they're mean to you.
Oh, I didn't. I ended up just looking at them and I go, oh my God, and they just stopped.
You just have to say, I'm not prepared to do this if you guys don't toe the line. We need to have a civil conversation.
I think all I said was, wow. I was like, wow, I could not believe it, dude. Like, I was just stunned. I was like, oh my God. Just horrible.
Well, again, it was a heated discussion. There was,
it did get overheated, is all I'm saying, and I don't know if it would be wise to like continue doing that with this, because we're talking Frankfurt School. We're talking about critical theory and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think we can have a response.
People want to talk in different ways, I guess, about different topics.
Well, I mean, it's having it in a organized debate kind of fashion. I don't think is going to work because there's just too much. There's just too much there. You know what I mean? Especially in today's.
Also, the bigger the group, the more difficult it becomes to handle.
That's real. That's a real issue, and also the rapport between your group.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, if you've been working together for a few years, you have more of an understanding of the rhythm between you. Yes?
Well, kind of. Like these two.
Kind of?
Like kind of. Tan and Mark, I pictured Tan and Mark like this. At one point, they're like two old ladies bickering at one another. But then, like, when Roger becomes the bad guy, they turn into freaking the Blue Hornet or the Green Hornet and his trusty sidekick. All of a sudden, it's you know what I'm saying?
Well, maybe it's your calling, Roger. Maybe you have a talent.
You made that. You made that point the other day when you came up with something yourself.
I know. I did that. That's what I've been noticing. It's like when I become the bad guy, that's when they both side together and they freaking attack me.
I'm an enemy, hey?
We didn't attack you. We just
just bring the third point into the conversation.
All right, I got to split, guys. Take it easy. Have a good night. Bye.
See you, Otto. I think I'll go too, guys. Okay. Thanks a lot. It was real fun today. Okay. It was real fun. I loved it. I'll see you again soon. Thank you so much. Thank you.
See you later.
So here in a little bit we can set up and get going, and it's like tonight. It's just me, you, and Robert. We don't have to be doing that stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just do an actual show.
Yeah, and like I said, the smaller the group, the more effective these sort of things can be.
Yeah. that right there, I noticed it in the last one. It was like that was just because it's like the topics we're talking about isn't like before where we were talking about history of like political history for different countries or areas. This is like something that you can't really do that with. It's a good idea for certain situations, but not for this. So.
Yeah, and also it's the entire conflating generalizations with specifics that I have an issue with.
Well, last
just
week
people making we start on a specific on a specific point, and then people just make generalizations.
Well, it's like last week. I don't quite understand where Tan came up with the idea that freaking we were saying that socialism is good. You know what I mean? Like when he said that, I couldn't believe that out of that conversation, freaking he got it. Like people were saying
I actually
socialism.
agree with him up to a point. Socialism can be good. A well-run social medical system can be good.
Well,
we haven't got one in the UK at the moment. Or paying taxes to fill potholes to main roads.
Nobody
It's
actually
a good idea.
said that, did they? I mean, I don't think that is even brought up in last week's show, was it?
Well, you're talking about socialism, and I'm just bringing social aspects.
Well, I mean, now you are, but I'm saying we never talked about that back last week, did we?
Oh, I did pick up. I actually did use those two examples.
Okay, so
last week.
I see what it was. That's probably set Tan off. I didn't hear that.
Hang on. And also, the Canada's got a social medical.
Well, there's a lot of things that I was wanting.
Well, it's a hybrid, isn't it?
Yeah. There was a lot of things I wanted to bring up too in Canada when it comes to that stuff, which I think I did, but I'm not.
Yeah. Because we were talking about the free medical in Canada, how they discontinue housing for the price of free medical.
Yeah.
Remember, okay, so there's no such thing as free medical.
Step away, go get yourself some coffee. And
coffee,
get yourself some stuff. I'm gonna put a quick freaking song in here for everybody. I shouldn't have done that whole background thing. I should have just done a freaking an image for the background.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, bit too much maybe.
Yeah, that's I could have just easily put a video or an image on there instead of the media player, and then I can go ahead and put some music in. I'll mute us out, and we'll let people listen to the cool, easy, relaxing music of infamous OG 1973. Once I get it,
we can relax for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, just for 5 minutes.
Just for 5 minutes. I ended up deleting those 1 hour drops because there was stuff in there from Auto or Mr. Robot that was getting hit by copyright. It wasn't taking it down. It was just saying that it would affect my my thing. So I went ahead and just got rid of it. And there was a couple of other ones too.
We know that was using some source changing it, but still using some source material from other other sources, yes, and all of his own creation.
Well, for me, I mean, I'm big on if if it's going to cause issues with copyright, I just go ahead and not use it, because I mean, first of all, I like to use my own material. I don't want to really be using anybody else's stuff. So with that, I'm going to mute us out. We'll put some music in, and you guys go grab your coffee, grab your cigarettes, whatever you want to do. Robert's probably going to go for the kitchen and maybe use the bathroom. And I'm sure I'm going to go smoke too. So we'll be back.
watching. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that burn my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire in the sea. A third shape rising from the fracture in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. That learns. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stories chanting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth of the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made
You wore that heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the side, weighed next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line, the landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a Smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She dissolved into the silt. I am still standing in this lobby, straightening my collar for the press. So much noise. Drinking to forget the altitude, drinking to ignore the lack of air. The map is just a collection of stains. The mountains are cold and indifferent. We are just collectors of absences, filing away the people who left. The name is scratched into the wood. Underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement, where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Gone into the grave, gone into the grave forevermore. Left their shoes in the dirt. The tide is high and empty. The tide is high and empty. The sky is heavy and empty. The files are heavy and empty.
Loud drive, slow pulse, breath-shaped rhythm, space held open. Stay with the breath before it becomes a thought. Stay with the silence before it wants a name. I rest in the stillness under the sign. Where motion begins but hasn't been found. No hunger, no friction, no need to decide. Awareness steady, open inside.
All right, we are back. So, before we get started, I'm going to say this is going to be Roger's real-time talk show event. We don't have Tan here. He went AWOL. He probably thinks we're communists at this moment. So, if he comes into the room, he's more than welcome to. We're going to not do the whole going around and doing the chairing according to debate like we've been doing, because that's getting a little too hectic. So I'm going to just do it as an open conversation. So with that being said, I'm actually, I've been thinking about it. I might do a show and just freaking name it With That Being Said. 'Cause I do that. I say that quite a bit. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but I always say, with that being said. So, with that being said.
Your slogan, your catchphrase.
Yeah. I'm going to do a countdown and we will start the show in the usual manner. So let me go ahead and do that since we're at 8:29 my time. We'll just go ahead and get it started. So 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Last week was interesting. This week is going to get even more interesting. We're going to do yet another shift. We're going to go back to the topic of atheism and how atheism affected what's commonly known as critical theory. It also involves the Frankfurt School as well as socialism and sociology. So we're going to go back to the whole atheist aspect. Now, some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about tonight isn't necessarily going to pertain to critical theory, and it's not going to pertain to the Frankfurt School and sociology and stuff like that. It's going to have more to do with focusing on the atheist, and the myth and the reality that's behind a lot of it, to kind of get into it. I'm going to start out tonight with a hook, and that hook is going to be zombie laws. Zombie laws in your state. Now, did you know that in 2026, the Constitution of several states like Arkansas, Maryland, and Texas still physically say atheists are incompetent to testify in court or hold office? Now, these aren't actual active laws. They're referred to as zombie laws or dead letters. They look scary on the page, but they have zero legal teeth. All right. So that's what I want to start out with. Now, tonight we aren't doing the debate format where we go around the room and everybody makes a comment. We're going to do this with an open conversation, because last week got a little hectic, and I do like doing that format, don't get me wrong, but there's some things that you really don't want to do, because there's a lot of things happen. All I do is ask is that we be respectful to one another, no mudslinging. Let's not turn this into a second-rate show where we're trying to talk about all the crazy stuff that you watch on Alex Jones. Let's keep it respectable. Okay. So, with that being said, let's open this up. What do you guys think about that with zombie laws and laws that are still on state constitutions?
In theory, you could those laws could be used, but I'm just thinking in relation to the U.S. First Amendment. Isn't there something in relation to ignorance of religion or faith in the U.S. Constitution? I think it's.
I can give you a legal case for an example. It's actually a legal shield that they use now, and it happened in 1961. It was Torcaso versus Watkins. Now the guy was Roy Torcaso. He was a Maryland man who was denied a commission as a notary public because he wouldn't say that he believed in God. Now, the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that religious tests are unconstitutional. Now, this ruling actually created a permanent shield. Even if the text is still in the state constitution, the 14th Amendment prevents any judge from actually enforcing it. So it's the 14th Amendment that does that. So,
okay, I was thinking of the First Amendment also protects freedom of religion. Stops the government from setting up an official religion establishment clause.
So they consider that a religion, atheist?
No, what it is protection of religion. It's two-phase. It gives you the right to worship as you wish, but it also gives you the right to not worship. So you're not forced to believe in a religion, okay?
Yeah.
That's basically what that's about. Which is they call
like
it secular, being secular.
Oh. Well, like that family that went to court, Supreme Court, they're atheists, and they brought it to court about that, and they won their court about atheists. You know, that people that, well, it was a big old thing, and they won. They did their court about because they're atheists and they were having problems from being atheists. And they took it, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court about it. I can't think of, but I remember it was on the news about that. It was in the 1980s when all this happened.
Okay, you're going to have to be a bit more specific
Well,
about the actual subject matter.
Now, before you get on, let me also because this brings up something that I've been talking about, and I should have really done a lot more research, or not really, refreshed my memory on this stuff, because I've been talking about this a lot, and I really should be able, or should back up what I'm saying, because, you know, I mean, first of all, just because I learned it doesn't mean that I shouldn't refresh myself on it, because my mind, you know, everybody's mind, it's kind of foggy, you know what I mean? Like, you learn something and you think that you're actually talking about the stuff that you've learned, but as time goes by, your brain has a tendency of changing things to the way you see it or the way you remember it. And that's why I usually try to make a habit of going back over things to make sure I keep it straight. And that's one reason why I enjoy this, because what I'm about to bring up is actually something that I've been talking about a lot, and I think we should really discuss it. The big question is like with these dead letters or these zombie laws, why hasn't it been deleted? And the reason why I think that this is important is because we have to talk about what the difference is between repeal versus strike down. Okay. Now, there's a big misconception that most people have, and it's that they think that if a law is unconstitutional, it vanishes. Okay. Now the reality behind that is this: the courts can't erase paper. They can only stop the law from being used. Now, to actually remove the words, the state legislature has to go through the long and often political process of repeal. Okay. Now, that brings you into what they refer to as the why bother factor. Many states leave these languages in because it's a dead issue. It's more effort to fix the paperwork than it is to just ignore the law. You know. Now
we have a similar concept in Britain. I think was it last week or week before we were talking about vagrancy, and I brought up the point that in Britain, in certain counties, parishes, you could technically go to jail if you haven't got any change or any money on you.
Yeah.
But these are old, very old bylaws that are not being used anymore. Being used for some time.
Well, see, I actually did some research on that too. Back whenever I first really started getting serious into streaming, I did something on the gypsies, and England was one of the countries that was involved in it. There was other ones that did it too, but like when gypsies would travel from town to town, they would usually like park their wagons on people's properties, and this upset a lot of people. Not only that, but like with the folklore and the stories behind gypsies, they were very, very nervous with them around. So what England did is they set up stopping points to where these gypsies could actually go to and camp, and they weren't allowed to camp anywhere else unless they got permission from the landowners. And usually they would do that too, but they would also do work on their property. But other than that, they had certain spots where they could actually go to and camp without getting in trouble. So that's kind of where a lot of that.
I remember back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I remember back in the 80s there was I think 80s could be early 90s. There was big issues with gypsies entering private farms and just setting up camp and having police remove them. I think there are still issues even now in Britain.
Yeah, there probably is. It's actually been something that's been ongoing for quite a long time. I don't have any of the talking points anymore because, like I said, my computer crashed and all my notes and everything that I had are pretty much gone. So
over there, they still have problems even in them areas because it was a thing that they brought up on about gypsies disappearing in them areas and all that. And they said that at night, when they would walk around in camp and all that, they had to watch out because they have had cases of disappearance of children, adults, and all at time. And they go and report it in, and nothing really ever gets done.
Well, see,
but
that's actually what I was talking about. That's more of a that's really bad storyline. Like this is stuff that people said just out of hate for gypsies. Okay, like
no, that was gypsies that said that they have to watch out.
No, that's what they've been spreading around about them for forever, dude. That's one of the things I didn't want to mention. Like they would spread rumors like gypsies are going to come into your town and kidnap your children and shit.
Oh, okay, you know what I mean?
That's where that's coming from. So I just
want we've got other issues in this country. Yeah, we've got let's say, major other issues in the country that's been happening for the last 40, 50, 60 years, which I'm not going to go into at this specific moment, but related to this anyway.
Like,
No, hold on a minute. Hold on a
it's a
minute.
bit of a sensitive issue at this present moment, let's just say.
Let me go ahead and continue with this so that we can get on with the topics and stuff too. Now, when it comes to a lot of these laws and everything, there's a solution, a modern solution that they came up with called affirmation.
What is that?
Now, in courts today, no one has to like swear on a Bible. Every witness has the right to affirm rather than swear. It carries the same exact weight and penalty of for perjury, but it removes the religious requirement entirely. So the big question
Is it optional though? Can you still?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
still
can you
swear.
still, if you want to, swear on the Bible?
You can swear on
like
the Bible.
atheist.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you're atheist or you know what I mean, you can, or even Muslim, because it doesn't have to be a Bible. You know what I mean? You can affirm. So
Yeah. Oh, holy
my big.
to say, you've got the option to.
So my question to you guys, and even to the listeners, if they want to make a comment on it in the comment section, should we spend taxpayers' money to clean up all of these zombie clauses in our state constitutions, or is it better to leave them as like historical relics that show how far our legal system has evolved and stuff like that? What do you think?
Well,
Okay, both US and UK laws are related to precedents of most Western world laws. Legal systems are related to precedent. So if there's been a precedent to say that these laws are no longer needed, but they're still on paper, then leave them, because there's already been a legal argument made for ignoring them.
What about you, Robert? What do you think?
Well, I think that it has to be gone through. Okay. Some of them might still be able to be used in today's time. Just because they're old, they might put a certain prerogative as they show on courts things. Okay, they use certain older cases for today's what they're going to go court for today, but they need to go through and eliminate the ones that far fetched. Okay, like the one about no horses, driving on Main Street. Walls like that should be removed because it's not needed for anything of walls like that in today's time. But yeah, they need to keep certain ones for different things, but be precise on what type are they, and how many cases.
Yeah, but the big question though, Robert, is like you were talking about, like no horses on Main Street. Would it be worth the taxpayers' money to actually go and make the effort of getting those taken off of the paper rather than just keeping them on there and just ignoring them?
Well, no, not really, because it depends on the price. But if they got enough of them, then that might be a different thing. It depends on how many do they have compared to the cost and how long it's going to take to remove them from the wall as well.
Yeah. All right. So I've seen a grin on Mark's face. Mark, what was your thoughts?
also there's another point. Some of laws may override those older laws. I mean, in
Yeah.
England and Wales, I believe it's still legal for on one specific day in the year. I can't remember which day, but it's legal for an Englishman to go to the border of Wales and shoot a Welsh person using a crossbow. Obviously, there are newer laws to say that that is murder, actual bodily harm, and so those override that old bylaw.
Yeah, see that brings
I'm
us
not
back.
suggesting that anybody should go to the border of Wales and start shooting people with crossbows.
Well, that brings
But,
us
yeah.
back to the legal shield thing. You know what I mean? It really does. Like they've got legal shields that are set up. You know.
What's a shield?
Well, like I was telling you about the Turcaso versus Watkins thing. You know what I mean? It was
okay.
like they ruled 9-0 that religious tests are unconstitutional. You know what I mean? So that automatically
precedent.
right. Now, this actually brings us into the next part. I like to call this. I personally name this, and I like to call it the time machine trial, because this is actually what it is. It's a time machine trial, and that consists of 1960s crimes in 2026. Okay, because there is a paradox here. You have new crimes, or no, old crimes and new rights. All right. So the question is if someone is caught today for a crime they committed in 1960, does the court rewind the clock? Do the old discriminatory laws come back to life? Okay. The simple question is basically you're punished based on the old definition, but you're protected by the new rights. You know what I mean? So, or that would be my answer basically. You know what I mean? You're punished based on the old definition, but you're protected by new rights basically.
I find it fascinating you use the term discriminatory.
Okay, so
occurrence.
I can break it down a little bit more for you if you want me to.
Yeah.
Please.
So
please give us an example or something.
So you have substantive law, okay, and that's the definition of the crime. And then you have ex post facto, okay, where the Constitution forbids the government from changing the rules of the game after it's been played, basically. Right? Now, the rule is if you're tried for a 1960 murder, the prosecution has to prove you broke the law as it was written in 1960. They can't use a law in 2026, its definition, to make your 1960 actions more illegal. Okay? So with the penalty, they can also give you a harsher sentence than what was allowed, or they can't give you a harsher sentence than what was allowed to you in 1960. All right.
Yeah.
So that brings you into procedural law, okay, and the rules of the courtroom basically is what that's about. Now, according to current standards, this is where the time machine stops, okay, and the actual process of the trial, how the judge acts, what evidence is allowed, and who can testify follows the laws of today. Then you have constitutional evolution. So with that, we don't turn off the Bill of Rights just because the crime is old. Now, even if the trial is for the 1960 crime, the court must respect every Supreme Court ruling that has happened since then. Okay? So this is why the atheist clause stays dead, right? Now, the supreme law of the land, even if the state law from the 1960s said atheists can't testify, a judge today would be violating the U.S. Constitution if they tried to enforce it. The upgraded rule of today is that if the law changes to give you more rights, like the 1961 Turcaso ruling, you get those rights immediately. Now, the legal system only freezes the laws that would make things worse for a defendant, never the ones that make the trial more fair. Okay?
Is it federal or state?
That would go according to both.
Because one or the other would have
just looking at this
be canceled.
No.
They had that thing about
it would be canceled for the state laws. If the state laws would be canceled for the more modern and up to date laws, because now, okay, so I guess the best way of discussing this would be, imagine a cold case being solved today, okay? And the defendant gets the best of both worlds, basically. Okay, the lighter sentencing of the 1960s, but the advanced civil rights and DNA evidence of 2026. Okay? Now, is that a loophole, or is it just how justice evolves, basically? You know what I mean?
or is it? It's what they're what you call it? They're a main what do you call it? The way they were in the mind. Because, like as I said, atheists. If you try to say something about
this doesn't necessarily have to do with just atheists. This
no,
has to
but
do
what I'm saying
with
is
everybody.
Okay.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at. I just checked on UK, on at least England's perspective on this. A person can still be prosecuted for a crime committed in 1960 under the law as it stood at the time, provided the act was illegal in 1960 and no statute of limitations has. There's no statute of limitations in English laws, so England and Welsh law. Serious crime offences do not expire over time. So yeah, if somebody committed an act in, as far as England, Wales, at least, if somebody committed a crime in 1960, and then that law changes later on, and then attempted to, they can still be convicted under that existing or the previous law. There's no statute limitations.
Yeah, because that's what I was referring to. Because they have done that on the thing that they said that at that time of that when that crime gets committed, and even if it takes the next 50 years to find out who's the one that did it, that person will still be held responsible and still be prosecuted. Don't make no difference for whatever time it was. And
let me break this down. Let me break this down first, so that, because I think you guys are kind of a little bit off on shift on what I'm saying now. Now, you can prosecute them, but the question really is are you punished based on the old traditions, the laws that were in place in 1960, or are you prosecuted according to the laws that are in place in 2026.
They
Now,
can use
according to our laws, okay, you're punished based on the old definitions, but you are protected by new rights. By all of these new rights that we have now, 2026, we're protected by it. But we can only be punished based on those old laws, according to freaking 1960.
No, not really.
No, that's exactly the way it is.
Because they prosecuted a few people for that. That guy, the one that he got by with it for 30 years.
You're not getting what I'm trying to say, because like the thing of it is I can use the perfect example on this. Okay, you have what they call the scot-free loophole. Okay, that's when law becomes a weapon. All right. Now we like to think of law as a time machine that protects us with old rules while upgrading our rights. The reality of it is that history shows us that legal logic is often used as a shield for injustice. And for that, a good example is in the Jim Crow era. Okay, murders didn't get off scot-free because of a lack of evidence. They got off because of methods of exclusion, which built into the foundation of the courtroom. Now, before I get going, I want to say there is a difference between the atheist clause and the Jim Crow clause. The difference of exclusion is bias versus subjugation. Now, the atheist clause, which is basically the religious test, was like a narrow intellectual gate. It silenced individuals based on what they believed. While discriminatory, it was a glitch basically in the rules of evidence that could be bypassed by faking an oath. All right. Whereas the Jim Crow system, that was a racial barrier. This wasn't a glitch. It was a deliberate architecture. Now, by linking jury service to voter registration and then systematically blocking black citizens from voting, the law ensured that the power of the judge remained in the hands of the status quo. All right. So one was intentional and the other one was a glitch, basically. Okay. Now, the closed loop of injustice is what this is. It's how murderers walked. In a Jim Crow courtroom, the law of the time created a cycle where justice couldn't even enter the building. Police wouldn't investigate. Witnesses were silenced by threat of violence. Juries were selected specifically to ensure they would never convict one of their own. Okay. Now, this proves that a trial can follow every law on the books and still be a total perversion of justice. Okay. Now, rights aren't future consequences. Now, we've discussed how you could punish someone with a future law. No. Okay. But the thing of it is you can't punish someone with a future law that they didn't know about. That's called fair warning. Okay. We also can't freeze a trial in a state of systemic bias, basically, just because the crime is old. So human rights and procedural fairness are like upgrades. They're not consequences. We use today's higher standards of fairness to judge yesterday's crimes because a fair trial in a broken system isn't a fraud. It's just a ceremony
Okay.
or
Okay.
an acquittal.
You looking at this specifically from a US point of view. From a US point of view, I think it's fair for me to speak specifically about the US in this relation, but I can speak from a British perspective. I'm going to use an example here. The death penalty in Britain, the death penalty permanently ended in 1969 in the UK. If, in theory, somebody was committed treason in, let's say, 1968 in Britain, and they are only just now convicted of treason based upon the 1968 ruling, in theory, they could still be hung. They could still receive the death penalty because there were the crime was created before the death penalty was abolished. As far as future retrospective laws concerned, it is illegal under Article 7 of the European Conventions on Human Rights, or the Human Rights Act of 1998. A person cannot be convicted of an action that was not a crime at the time that it was committed. So if they commit something that is now deemed to be a crime, but wasn't at the time, then they cannot be convicted. That's from a British perspective.
That's actually a good perspective to know, because like here, we what we do is like if something is beneficial to somebody who committed a crime back in 1960, then we allow them that. Okay, we don't, and then like today, all of the things that could benefit them from the new civil rights movements and all that stuff and all the new laws that are put in, they can also reap that benefit as well. But what they will not get, they won't get the consequences, the negative stuff. You know what I mean? If you are accused of like in Jim Crow, people were murdered. Okay, so a lot of people who were a part of like the KKK who murdered black people. Okay, and they were found out and sent to trial. A lot of them got off with like 20 years in prison because that was the sentence for any white man who murdered a black man in the 1960s. They couldn't be freaking given the life sentence or the death sentence because back then they didn't have a law that said freaking a white man could be freaking sentenced to death row because he killed a black man.
Well, that, and they didn't see as that, they didn't hold that much emphasis on that type of law back then either. They didn't put that much priority into it.
See, we've had numerous court proceedings since the 1960s where a lot of people actually got away pretty much scot-free with murder because the laws, they had to be tried according to the laws of that time period. So that is very interesting that you mentioned that. No, does it say that you can be held in England? You could actually be held on or you could be tried according to the consequences of today. Like you were talking about somebody committing treason back in the 1960s. Okay, but would they be tried according to the laws of the 1960s
In theory, there would be, but I think in all practicality, that wouldn't happen. Again, I'm not absolutely sure because I've never heard of such a trial happening.
Yeah, because look at what happened with the King of England. What's his name? The one that got dethroned from England because he was in bed with the Nazis.
Oh, we mentioned him.
Edward. Not Edward. Yeah, Edward.
Because when he did that right there, they would have executed him if for two reasons. If he wasn't
at that time,
no,
yes, I know that.
It was an act of treason.
Huh?
It wasn't at the time with him. With him, okay. Now the thing with what took place there, like it wouldn't have been an act of treason because during that time period, people in England as well as people here in the United States, they supported anti-Semitism, they supported Nazism. A lot of them actually, like DuPont, okay? DuPont tried to actually commit a coup against the freaking president of the United States at the time, believe it or not, all right? And this isn't conspiracy, this is actually truth. And the only reason why they were able to freaking get away with that without being prosecuted was because it would have caused issues with our economy if they would have freaking done, if they would have prosecuted the plumber for it. But that's a known fact, and it's like even with Krupp Krupp in Germany, okay. After the war in World War II, whenever freaking everything settled down, they decided that freaking even though Krupp was involved with a lot of the stuff that took place in World War II, they let them slide because it would have actually affected the economy if they would have freaking took legal measures against them.
Well, yeah, but what I was referring to is he knew about the 24 citizens of the UK being turned over to. They were part of the secret the Nazi regime in the UK.
And I think you were getting confused there.
There were citizens, 24 citizens in the UK with Nazis, and they got found out later on, and his what's his name? Girlfriend.
You were getting confused. King Edward the 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, that was
King Edward the 8. Adapted the throne in 1936 due to marrying the American divorcee Wallace Simpson. And then it was King George the 6th, and King George the 6th ruled up to way through World War II. Anyway,
well, it was
nobody gave up the throne because of German interests.
Well, what I was referring
now, the guy that you're referring to was the one who married outside of the royal family.
Yeah.
Now you need to understand, Robert. Like they won't allow for anybody to freaking become king if they are married to somebody who was not. Now they can, I guess, but like back then they wouldn't allow a person to marry outside of the family. That would automatically.
Yeah.
That would automatically phase them out from becoming king.
Yeah.
Technically, King George VI, his reign ended in 1952 due to death. Specifically due to blood clot.
Now, Queen Elizabeth, who she wasn't actually supposed to be queen, right? She was supposed to actually be. She took the place of George, right?
George VI. Yeah. She was the next monarch.
So, and that happened after World War II.
Yeah. King George VI died at the age of 56 in 1952, and Elizabeth II. Well, obviously, she became queen. In so couple of days later, technically, technically, February the 6th, the same day that George officially the entire ceremony, the entire coronation needed to go through. But the same day, February the 6th, 1952.
Yeah, so that was well after that. And see, that's the one reason why I was saying when we have conversations on here, that's the kind of stuff, because I know where you're getting a lot of this. You're getting it from a lot of the supposed alternative media sources.
Yeah.
You know, and the thing of it is like when you go in and you listen to that stuff, they are feeding you a load of crap. I mean, I've tried not freaking.
Well,
say
BBC is what
no, I mean, no, you didn't hear that from the BBC. You heard
The
that
BBC
from Alex Jones.
is not the most trustful organization mode.
You heard that shit from Alex Jones. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah,
They have
trust
the
me. It was
history.
somebody like Alex Jones.
Well,
But that's where they
the
heard it
history
from.
of World War II and the problems
on
that
YouTube,
the UK had
on
during that
YouTube,
time.
on YouTube, right? Their interpretation of the history of World War II, according to a content creator on YouTube or Facebook. You know, you that's the thing that I'm talking about. It's like, and that's one reason why I wanted to do this show, is so that we could break it down and actually get the facts, you know, and I'm glad that we did that, because now we've completely debunked that, and we can now move on and never hear you talk about that again.
I mean, there are good historical content creators. Said that. Said David Starkey, one of the prominent historians. He does a lot of stuff on YouTube. I can think of a couple commentators that were called the Lotus Eaters that have done historical content, and they really reviewed the facts, and they are really good. But there are a lot of cranks out there as well.
I was trying to bring the crack down on my brother, man. You know, just I wanted to say some more, but things make him upset.
Yeah, but just be a bit more discerning who you believe.
You know,
that's my point, I think.
But no, Robert, it's just the thing of it is like whenever we get into this, that's what it's about. It's about opening it up and looking at it, and because a lot of that stuff, man, I used to say, yeah, you need to be into alternative media, and we need to step away from that mainstream media bullshit, because it's all just fake news, and I was all about that crap. But then I started getting sick of freaking hearing the alternative media, because they were just as fake as the mainstream media was.
Again, not all alternative media. Again, the Lotus Eaters are would be considered as alternative media, and they produce good historical content.
Most of it, for me, I stay away from people who are trying to push narratives too, though. See what I mean? Like, I mean, and that's hard to do. That's really hard to do, is finding, people who aren't trying to push a narrative. And it's just like when it comes to like this topic right here, you know what I mean? What we were talking about here, this is talking about seriously about the Jim Crow freaking laws that were in place, and then the atheist clause. Okay. And today, when you listen to a lot of people on these freaking alternative media things, they'll sit there and they'll tell you, well, they're trying to take God out of the freaking government. Well, dude, God was never supposed to be in government. I don't know where you came up with the idea. This is supposed to be a secular government.
Yeah, that's the
Separation from state, religion and state.
Yeah.
It's always been that way.
And it's not only alternative media, but yeah, some mainstream media outlets are just as guilty.
That came from England. You know, that's how this all appeared, because England wasn't that way. You know, and
well, at the time, you know, I mean, constitutional government was just it was new. You know what I mean? And I mentioned this on one of the episodes too before. Like we here in the United States, we are really American focused on that. Like, we're the only country that ever freaking, you know, fought against the English and had our own constitution. But the truth of the matter is like 80-90% of Europe was actually fighting a revolution against their freaking monarchies for constitutional government. I think only like maybe 5%.
80-90% of Europe doesn't have a monarchy.
Right.
There's only a handful of I mentioned Monaco on Wednesday, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they are. Oh, I think last night possibly. They've got a. They've still got a. Oh, actually, yeah, Wednesday. They've still got a monarch.
Yeah, but you know, one thing I noticed about, they got this stupid thing about, okay, I will say this, people got this all screwed up, because they're saying atheists is people that don't believe in protecting children, or right and wrong. Okay, well, I've seen some people who are atheists but don't believe in that stuff. You know, they want to, what you call it, like typecast the certain things about what they consider what atheists does do, or the way they are about certain things, like kids, adults, or they walk up and do who knows what.
I've seen that in both directions too, though.
Yeah,
because like I've actually seen videos where atheists were trying to say like religion was a form of freaking child abuse. You know,
Sorry, just quickly, just to go back to my previous point. There are 44 countries in Europe. Yeah, depending on how you count them, 40, 51, but let's say 44. And out of those 44, there's only 12 European monarchs for 12 countries. United Kingdom, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, Andorra, Liechtenstein, and Monaco. Technically, those three are principalities. You've got the Duchy of Luxembourg, and you've got the theologic monarch of the Vatican City, which is a country in its own right.
You also have to break that down too more, because you're talking about a constitutional monarchy or a democratic monarchy, whatever you call it. But like an absolute monarchy is what they were fighting against. You know what I mean? Like,
so I presume without minus the Pope, then the remaining 11 are the remaining 11 are constitutional monarchies.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah.
And I think Denmark and Poland maybe was the only ones that.
Yeah, I said Denmark. United Kingdom, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Luxembourg, Andorra,
In Greenland?
a unique principality. Liechtenstein and Monaco, but Monaco is another fairly unique principality with Spain, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Now, Greenland isn't a part of Europe, Robert.
Oh, okay. I thought you were. Well, they're the ones with kings and queens, are they?
Greenland is Europe. I know Greenland is Europe. Yeah, Greenland is a principality of Denmark.
But it's not Europe.
Yeah,
it's like,
it's Europe.
Well, I mean, you would have to go doing your typing and double check on that one, but I think you'll find out that that's not true.
Hang on.
Iceland and Greenland aren't even a part of the United States. They aren't a part of the Americas, I should say, or Europe.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I wasn't meaning that. I thought you guys.
They're in a very interesting area. Just to put it to you, I'm pretty sure that they aren't a part of Europe.
Okay, technically, Greenland is part of the continent of North America.
North America?
Really? Yeah, geopolitical and historically, it is closely tied to Europe. So technically, it is part of the continent of North America.
That's amazing. I didn't even know that. So we've learned something today. Greenland is actually a part of the Americas. That's something I didn't even know, to be honest. I had no clue.
So I was just thinking of the Falkland Islands as well. Is that technically part of Europe? But no, that's part of the Americas as well. Geographically speaking.
Yeah. So for me, like I said, I wanted to get through this stuff. I believe we've actually done a good job on finishing up this section, so that we, because I didn't really want to get too freaking advanced. I kind of wanted to go over some of the stuff that was being discussed about atheism. And
we didn't really touch on atheism per se. We were talking more related to the concept of old laws.
Yeah.
It was the atheist clause.
I think we could return to atheism maybe next week.
The atheist clause.
Because that's a bit more complicated. Yeah.
I thought that we would get more out of it when it comes to the atheist clause.
I'm thinking on the point of state and church, that sort of thing.
Well, state and church, actually, it was something that we did talk about right there. So,
yeah, but that's the thing right here, Roger. Okay, which one holds more power in that situation, the state or the government? Because
well, see, with a secular government, they should, religion shouldn't even be a part of it.
No, well, yeah, I was talking about the atheist. Where the laws of certain laws for certain, which one or how the state runs.
I don't think
compared to what the government.
Okay.
None of that should be a part of.
As part. Yeah. Just on a minor point, I consider the government is the state.
Yeah.
Not the state being the government, but the government being the state.
Yeah. Well, about the wall thing, back in the 20s, they had that thing about, like, they still had that thing, same thing as what they do. Well, I don't know. Like, if you talk to someone that has a mentally problem to do a crime, okay, and they find out today that that's what you did back then, cause that person to kill people or injure someone, and that person as well got hurt from it, that person that did that is held responsible in our time today, because they have done that too. They have arrested people for doing that. They found out about that, and they said that by doing that, inflicting pain and killing people.
Let
Okay, nobody's going to be alive today that was born in 1920 that made them what?
Well, like if you're 19
not
or
likely
20,
anyway.
if you're 20 at 1930s,
One of them.
you know, if
Now,
you're
now let me also point something out too when it comes to the mentally handicapped. Okay. Now, the thing of it is it's like a lot of people who are mentally handicapped don't understand. Like they actually are, they're wardens of the state or warden of the state. Like the state actually has authority over you because you're mentally handicapped. Okay. Like they can literally, if they find out that you are incapable of taking care of yourself, they can literally take custody of you at any age and make you do what they want you to do because you are mentally handicapped. And that's something that freaking I find kind of offensive too, because I've seen cases in the past where like this girl goes to court. It was in Indiana. She went to court. Her mom and dad took her to court and freaking they went before the judge and told the judge that she was mentally unable to take care of herself and they wanted her to freaking be fixed to where she couldn't have babies. Now, this girl did not have mental issues, but what the judge did is literally pass the law because her parents said that they actually had it to where she couldn't have babies. And years later, she found out. She didn't even know that they had done that to her until years later when she got married and wanted to have kids.
I think it was, what was it, 2 weeks ago I asked both of you to watch a film, Tomorrow's Children, that 1930s film. Did you both watch it?
Tomorrow's Children, I believe so.
I gave you a reference in my chat to a video they uploaded to mine, and it was all about in the 30s the state's control or US control over mentally what would have been considered at the time unfit individuals, and it was related to sterilization.
Yes, that's exactly what this is relating to because that was actually it just literally showed me exactly what I was wanting to look for, and then to see that's exactly what was going on is that they were systematically doing this stuff for sterilization programs. Like when you look at Planned Parenthood, for example, okay, Planned Parenthood is actually a voluntary eugenics program, and a lot of people don't understand that. They hear eugenics and they're like, "Oh, you're just crazy," and they don't understand what eugenics is. Birth control and birth abortion and stuff is a eugenics program, and that's the way it started. You know what I mean? And those are facts. Those are facts. People just still do not believe that that's true, and it is true. You know, I literally had that on here, but
yeah, ain't that the same thing for what you call it, population control? Falls in that same predicament.
Yeah, Tomorrow's Children, the Unborn, directed by Crane Wilburn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found it.
It was a criticism of it was a film based that was actually a direct criticism of US federal law at the time.
And
of that time, should I say.
Now, nobody's in here but us, so I don't know if I should put it in the chat, but I will go ahead and post it in there.
Well, what I was referring to is that in our time today, okay, we're talking like, even if you were still alive, okay, you do go and you create a problem like that, talk to someone inflicting bodily harm on someone, back then, or hurt someone and use someone else. In our time, even to today, you can still be prosecuted for that. You can, especially if they died. I don't know about assault and battery or close to murder, but when the person dies, there's no limitation to it. And the second person that arranged all this would be reliable this as well too. And that's and that law from that back then could be used as well with the new one too. You can combine two laws together too.
Well, see,
The old and the new.
a lot of that is that could be called speculation if I was Mark Edworthy, right? That's a lot of conjecture and speculation. So what we can do is we can build on that and see just how true that is, because I'm gonna tell you something right now, okay? When you say like prosecute and everything, I doubt very seriously, even in today's world, that people will be prosecuted for that stuff, because these people are very harsh. They really have very little freaking care about a lot of stuff they claim they do. Like you'll see a lot of these commercials that are out there saying freaking that you need to help people with mental problems, you need to help people with this problem or that problem, and they really don't care about them. Okay, they allow harsh laws to be put in place, just like I said when it comes to that girl. It was in Indiana. Okay, but it's an actual law or a thing that happened back in the past, and the most messed up part about it is she went to court to try to sue the judge for freaking allowing her parents to do that, and they would not let her freaking sue the judge because he was actually freaking in the process of being a judge in court. And whenever a judge is actually doing his duties as a judge, he is immune from freaking any kind of litigation. He cannot be sued unless freaking the state sees fit to freaking allow it to happen. That's the most messed up part about it.
Yeah.
I think in Britain the laws are somewhat different. As far as that's
Check
concerned.
up on that first before you make those statements, because I know you're real big about being precise about stuff. So before you say that, just find out, and then we'll come back to this topic, because I mean that kind of does open up a whole different area of looking at it.
Remember that movie, Rich, we were watching about back in it's a true story about that little black girl went to the store for her parents, and two rednecks.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was an actual true story, and they actually prosecuted them too, but it took 20 years to find out how and where her body and all that. To find out that they dragged her down the road with a rope and tore her body all apart by the back of their truck.
Mm-hmm. Well, today we were supposed to be talking about atheism, and what I'm going to do right now is bring this to an end right now, and we can come back later on with another episode next week. Like I said, I thought that this would have more substance, and I didn't think that it would go so quick, to be honest with you. But it was still good. We still got some good conversation out. We were able to discuss absolute monarchy versus freaking constitutional monarchy, or I guess parliamentary monarchy.
We may have missed the original point a bit, but yeah, it was a good discussion anyway.
Yeah, later on we'll come back and we will get back into the topics. we are going to be talking about socialism and sociology, and we will be right back on task with all that. So before we're going to end this, Robert. So before we go, Mark, can you give your socials?
Sure. Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. Now with me and Robert, you can find us at minds.com at Roger_Hanson. And you can also find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. We also have a Minds group called the Praetorian that you can check out. If you want to get on the show, be a part of the show, go in there, get into the chat, start talking with us. Also, I have links posted on my main account so that if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to. Just click on the link, put your name in, and you are more than welcome to be here. On top of that, we do have Elements Meatrix, Roger's Hangout. Check us out there. If you want to, you can check us out on Teams as well at Roger's Hangout. This is going to be edited and uploaded onto the Praetorian on both YouTube and on Rumble, so you can check it out when it comes out later on, or you can just come back and watch this stream again, either way. So with that being said, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comment section below. Let us know your thoughts, and we will talk to you later. All right. Yeah, that one. That one was actually a lot. I don't know what to say about that one. I really thought that was going to.
Right, like sorry. Like I said, we went totally off we sort of missed the point of the original subject quite a bit, but
I think that had mostly a lot to do with my talking points too, though. To be honest with you.
Well, I wouldn't say too far because you brought up things about the old laws, okay, and about because they just followed the atheist thing. Because a lot of people back then didn't believe in certain, and they get nasty about that too. You know.
Yeah.
Back then, people died because you go to an atheist home and you start talking about God and that. Back then, they didn't hesitate; they just probably would shoot you.
Well, I think it was the other way around. An atheist,
well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
An atheist goes to a Christian house, and gets shot and murdered. That's what would have happened, dude.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying. Either way, I'm just saying.
Quite a bit of a stereotype for it. I'm not saying you go into every single Christian in home and you get shot by
only if you're an American. It would have never happened in England, of course.
Yeah, how does England handle
much
that?
more sophisticated.
What's the principle of the Christian of turning the other cheek?
Yeah, how does Jolly England handle that?
Well, hold on a minute. We've got 20 minutes, and I do want to do an episode of Esoteric Agenda. You guys want to do that next?
Yeah.
You like it? Okay, so I'm gonna put this cool freaking music on again that I made for the Quantum Gathering, which we usually do on Thursday nights. If you guys want to check it out, you can listen to some of this cool music while we take our break and chit chat, and then we'll be back and we will do the Esoteric Agenda, guys. I hope you enjoy. We'll be right back.
Strength because the text insists, not because the moment clenched its fist. Now lose the page, stay still. Truth decays, but structure drools. Pulverize the line departs, nothing less but other clues.
they watching. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Max beams drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that fill my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire in the sea. A third shape rising
from the fracture in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. Let learn. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stories chanting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth of the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made
You wore that heavy wool coat, the one with the frayed cuffs. You left your compass on the side, weighed next to a half-finished glass of gin. I watched you walk toward the tree line, the landscape didn't even flinch. The architecture of the forest closing like a heavy velvet curtain behind your leather boots. The name is scratched into the wood underneath the desk no one touches. We keep the files in the basement where the damp rot eats the ink. Where the damp rot eats the ink. Forevermore. Earther chased the sound of wings, that rhythmic beating over the hills. He returned as a grainy image, a Smudge on a piece of cheap paper. Sarah looked too long at the lake. The surface tension broke her. She desired.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell Roger boy though, yeah, I had him laughing too.
Well, I was trying to get it back onto the stream just as you were talking about the jaw extract, but it's like I wasn't able to do
he
that.
went down the route of medieval knights sticking pig's fat in cod pieces, or cow's fat in cod pieces, and then suddenly with gerbils in New
Well, you
York
remember when
gays.
yeah, right. Remember when you told me about that? Okay, I thought you were joking with me at first until I heard it myself.
Yeah.
Over there on Oak Street.
Well, see,
Yeah.
back in the day, what went viral when viral actually existed. That's something I did want to mention earlier, but I decided not to with Bob Dub. But like, because there's no such thing as going viral anymore. Basically, is what I was going to say. But there was something that went viral back in the day where two gay guys decided they were going to frickin' hook a gerbil frickin' those tunnels to this guy's butt. They were going to frickin' see if the frickin' gerbil would go into his butt, and it actually went in his butt, and it frickin' got stuck, and they had to go to the hospital and have it removed. And this is actually something that happened. I believe it was in California. But it actually did happen. So and nobody even remembers it. It's really weird, but it's even on the internet. You can freaking Google it if you want.
I was telling him about the one that the flying gerbil through the air, Roger, that was blowing out of the guy's butt.
Oh, that I never said that. No.
Well, no, the one from the New York. It was from New York. And
I would never say anything like that, dude. Ever.
Yeah, that's what you told me over there on Oak Street when I first woke up. And that thing I know you were telling me about that, and I'm thinking that you were playing a joke on me about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I heard that myself on the news.
I would never say that out loud ever. I don't know, man.
You deny it totally, just in case somebody from PETA, hears you. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty heavy. That's some pretty heavy stuff, Robert. I can't believe you thought of that.
Well, I heard that on the news and on the radio about the two guys doing that, and the guy had to go. He had to go see the doctor to make sure he wasn't burned.
Okay.
Fiction? What? Fiction beds from the gerbil? No, we started to get really scared, really worried. You are going to give me nightmares tonight, you know. I want to go.
Oh, Roger?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do that. You did it.
Oh, he's saying you, Roger. You're going to give him nightmares.
I didn't do it.
Oh.
That's all.
You are, Robert. You
are.
Me?
Over what?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have the talking points set up for Esoteric Agenda. We can do this, and this is actually going to be good. We're going to be talking about Plotinus in the Great Year. Have you guys ever heard of Plotinus in the Great Year? I know I talked to Robert about it.
You're breaking up again.
I was saying tonight. Is that better?
You are breaking up.
Breaking up. Damn.
How about now? Is that better? All right, let me see. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. You were saying,
It's
sorry.
really I've got the talking points set up and everything. Tonight we're going to be talking on. It's going to be the esoteric agenda, and tonight we'll be talking about Plotinus and the Great Year. Have you ever heard anything about that?
Sorry, the what? Wait.
Mark, Plotinus and the Great Year.
The Ukraine's a great year.
Plotinus.
Ukraine's. Okay.
Okay.
Ukraine's
I have
rings the bell.
Plotinus. So this is going to be a learning experience. You'll enjoy this. This is good for you. I got good talking points. Got good talking points for you. So it's going to be good. Okay.
Okay.
You want if you want, I can spell Plotinus for you, and you can Google it. Plotinus.
Right, you can follow you.
Okay, so let me do a countdown. We'll get started, and we'll get this going. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Esoteric Agenda. I'm Roger Hanson, your host, here with my co-host Mark Edworthy and my brother Robert Hanson. The other R that's on the screen is my OBS, which I am using so that we can have a little bit of a clear audio. Hopefully this works. So with that being said, we are going to get into tonight's topic. Tonight's topic is going to go further a little bit more from where we left off last week. We're going to be more precise. Last week was good, but we kind of went in a couple of different directions. Tonight, we're going to talk about Plotinus and the Great Year. And with the starting point of this, what I'm wanting to do is I want to start the whole conversation with just one question. And I want to hear what your guys' take is on this. Okay, Mark and Robert? Sound good?
Okay.
Okay, so my question is this. Does history breathe?
Oh, I didn't understand.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I don't understand.
No, not really.
Yeah, does history breathe?
Breathe?
As in taking air.
Does history breathe?
As in taking air, taking oxygen.
Oh, okay.
Does history breathe?
I'm not sure. No.
In what way? They're like breathing in the past, or?
Well, see, I'm the one that presents the question, and you're supposed to come up with your answer. That's how
it's
this
a weird
works.
question.
I just asked the question. Does history breathe?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
History is just a concept. How can a concept breathe?
Well, that's actually a good question. So, what we have to understand is this. We usually think of time as like a straight line where we have yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And then you have things like birth, life, and death, okay? Now, history moves forward, right? We can't agree on that, right?
Yeah.
right? And civilizations usually rise through progress, right?
Yeah.
Okay, how about you, Robert? You agree with that?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. So this idea, it feels obvious in today's world, right? But it hasn't always been obvious. You know what I mean? So for thousands of years, okay, many philosophers believe that time didn't move like an arrow, which an arrow moves straight. They believe that it moved like breathing. Okay. You had expansion, contraction, you had birth, death, and then renewal. All right. Now, one of the greatest philosophers to explore this idea was Plotinus, who I had to ask you guys if you've ever heard of him before. And
The Knights Templar?
No, Plotinus.
Oh.
No.
Possibly rings a bell.
I've never heard of him.
Also, just to answer your previous question, do civilizations, what's the word?
Do civilizations rise through progress? Do civilizations rise?
Could argue that civilizations could also stagnate.
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, and civilization, after a while, fades out too.
Remember how I put that? Civilizations rise.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They rise through progress, not the fall of civilizations, which is a good conversation too. But somebody else has already stole that idea, and I can't freaking actually name it.
Okay. Your specific question.
Rise
with progress.
But like for civilization, like from like different types of time period, like certain civilizations, don't they go from one to it? It depends on how fast they mature too.
I'm talking about just the rise of civilizations.
Yeah.
Just how they grow and they become civilizations. They rise through progress, right?
Yeah, through progress.
The entire.
But there's.
Could you just argue that growth, rise, is just a synonym for growth?
Right.
So,
or progress, growth.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. Because, like with any progress, civilization builds from progress in the intelligence of the progress.
And I see thousands of years for thousands of years, a lot of philosophers, like I said before, believed that time didn't move like an arrow, like we believe today. Okay, when it comes to time. All right, they believe that it moved like breathing, and when you said like growing, that would be expansion, and then contraction, where civilizations would shrink. Then you had birth and death, and then renewal. They believed in that. You know what I mean? And this is where we go into Plotinus. Okay, he was one of the philosophers who actually believed in that. Now, I asked you guys earlier who was Plotinus, and I know that you guys didn't know who he was, so I can tell you who this guy was. All right. So Plotinus was born around 204 AD in Roman Egypt. Okay. And he studied philosophy in Alexandria before he eventually started teaching in Rome. Okay. Now, unlike a lot of other philosophers of his age, Plotinus wrote very little during his lifetime. His student, though, Porphyry, who I can discuss later on, he later collected his writings into what would become known as the Enneads. I have a hard time saying Enneads is how I used to say it, but it's not actually pronounced that way. But he wrote those books. Okay.
Okay.
Now with Plotinus didn't believe he was inventing a new philosophy. Okay. Now what he believed he was actually doing was recovering like the deepest meanings hidden inside of Plato's teachings. Okay. So for this reason, his philosophy became known as Neoplatonism. Not new Plato, rather a return to Plato's deepest ideas, basically. All right. So that's Plotinus. So if you ever hear anybody talking about Neoplatonism and they start talking about Plato, just understand that Neoplatonism isn't based off of Plato's teachings directly. They're based off of Plotinus's interpretation of Plato's beliefs. You know what I mean? So you're actually reading about Plotinus and Porphyry. Okay. So, with that being said, the one is what I wanted to get into. This we mentioned this last week. We covered it a little bit, and I wanted to get more into that because that's more of the focus on what this is actually about. Now, everything according to the one begins with what Plotinus called the one. All right. Now, the one can't be described. It has no shape. It has no size. It has no location, no beginning, and no end. All right. It's basically beyond existence itself. Now, anything that we can think about already belongs below the one. All right. And the one is absolute unity. Now, according to Plotinus, the universe flows outward. Okay. And here's where Plotinus introduces one of the most beautifulest ideas in philosophy. Okay. Creation isn't manufactured, it overflows. Does that make sense?
Not really, but carry on.
Okay, so the best way
Overflow from what?
Okay, the best way to explain it, okay, like how light pours from the sun, okay? Reality pours from the one. Does that make sense to you?
So, like the sun creates the fire from the sun and makes the light.
And reality pours from the one, like light would pour from the sun.
Yeah, like the
You're
three.
talking about concept like God.
Yeah,
like
like
a single.
like the sun is the thought, gets transmitted into fire, and then
And what was you saying, Mark?
Something more aesthetic. Yeah. You talk about a single God, aren't you?
Well, that's interesting because he thinks of it as the universe, okay? And the universe flows outward from the one, which when you hear me talking about like the Axis Monday, that would be their concept of the Axis Monday, the one. You know what I mean? In the
What is this one? What is this one?
The one
The universe flows from.
Now, first off, let me go back to what I was saying. The one cannot be described, and it has no shape, it has no size, no location. It doesn't have a beginning or an end. It's beyond existence.
So, again, you could talking about God or a God.
Can I say? I think I know what he's. It's where the head of the dragon swallows the tail, or the snake swallows the tail.
That's the circle of the same, which is very interesting because that kind of intertwines into what I want to talk about when it comes to the Great Year. Okay, because there's too many things that kind of coincide with it, with the two of them, which that is a kind of a part of it. But yeah. Okay. Now, getting back to what I was saying, creation, according to Plotinus, isn't manufactured; it overflows. Okay, and that was what he felt. Just like light pours from the sun, reality pours from the one. Okay, and the one loses nothing. Okay, yet everything exists because of it. Now, this process, according to Plotinus, is called emanation, and that's where reality unfolds in layers. Okay, you guys with me on that?
Yeah, carry on.
Well, yeah, like say would say like an onion. Onion has many layers, and you could use that as a reference to it.
Sounds good. It's pretty good. So, I guess the best way to describe the one when it comes to this would be like when you said God, Mark. That would be the divine intellect or the world soul. Some people have called it nature. Some people, especially in ancient times, they called it matter. Okay, especially the intellectual philosophers, they would always use the term matter. Not
Gaia would be another concept.
Well, Gaia is actually a deity. A lot of people don't realize that Gaia is actually one of the earliest deities worshipped, and I know a lot of people would try to disagree with that, but if you actually check it out, Gaia was actually a deity. You know what I mean? This concept is beyond deities. Okay, this is the universe basically. This doesn't have a good evil kind of concept. It doesn't have like things that happen in the universe according to this concept isn't done because of good or bad. It's just the way that the universe works. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Okay, like musical tones, like they say, each planet, each thing has its own tone within the universe.
Right. Now, according to the one, each level becomes more diverse, yet further from perfect unity when it gets farther away from the one. You know what I mean? So you have to understand that's something that they also believe as well. Now, the world soul, that one is a little bit more. It's a little bit more descriptive. I have to describe that a little bit more. Now, this is where time enters the story, basically, when it comes to the world soul. Okay, so the world soul isn't like, it's not simply just life. Okay, it's the principle that gives motion to the cosmos. Without the world soul, nothing changes, nothing grows, and nothing moves. All right. Everything we've experienced as time is the activity of the world soul expressing itself through creation, basically.
Oh, like the god of India, where construction and rebirth.
Well, see, the thing about India and a lot of the Hindu beliefs and even some of the Buddhist beliefs is they they actually um, they actually come out of Indo-European belief systems, which is older, and even the Greeks and the Phoenicians, the Romans, even all of them, they had Indo-European belief systems that they believed in. Like when we were talking about Gaia just now, okay? Gaia is actually originally from Indo-European belief systems, and that's where a lot of this comes from. All right. So that's where you get a lot of that, or a lot of this actually. So with all that being said, I also want to ask you guys: do you guys know what the Great Year is?
Explain that.
Oh, it's just
Huh?
Can you explain that? What is?
yeah.
What do
I
you
was
mean?
just looking at it. In scientific astronomy, it refers to the time required for the equinox to complete one full cycle, which can be between 25,772 years to 25,920 years.
Right. Okay, that's exactly what it is. Cool. Thank you for finding that, Mark. Now, when it comes to the ancient civilizations, okay, they actually noticed something that was pretty remarkable, which is what you just said. But they also noticed that the heavens repeat. They noticed that the stars return. They noticed that planets return, and then they noticed that seasons return. Everything appears to be moving in cycles according to what they're seeing, okay? Now, this inspired the idea that perhaps history itself also moves in cycles, like the Great Year, okay? So the Great Year became the name given to an unimaginable long cosmic cycle. Okay, so it became not just simply the movement of the Earth around the sun, or the wobble of the Earth, or anything like that. It became the movement of the entire heavens back to their original alignment. So, are we on the same page there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this way, yeah. I understand some, but yeah.
So for some ancient thinkers, when that alignment returns, history itself begins again, basically.
Oh, repeats itself, you mean?
Right. So the thing of it is like the big question is did Plotinus believe history literally repeats? Okay. And
I would say yeah.
this is actually where Plotinus becomes fascinating, to be honest with you.
Oh, what?
This is actually where Plotinus actually becomes fascinating, to be honest. I mean, unlike the Stoics, who often envision an exact repetition of the cosmic history, Plotinus was less interested in like identical historical events than in the recurring movements of reality away from unity and back towards it, basically. So the Great Year for him is better understood as like a reflection of the cosmos and it was like a living order than like a great clock resetting human history. You know what I mean? So the important cycle is spiritual before it's historical, according to him. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
So one question I have to ask you guys, okay, why does everything move in circles?
It's like a clock. It is. The circle represents the time.
What about you, Mark?
I was just reading this. The great years typically divide into 12 distinct ages.
Mm-hmm.
So copies of 12 distinct points.
Sound familiar?
Analog clock. And yeah, just reading about the entire concept of the age of Aquarius and stuff. So yeah, the clock is carry on. I'm still in the middle of digesting this.
Well, I got an idea.
I'm still.
The circle can stand for just not for time, but repeats the year. Years.
No, now think about the moon, the tides, the seasons, even the heartbeat or breathing, or even sleep. Okay, then there's the water cycle, and even the galaxy rotates. Okay. Now, Plotinus believed that this wasn't accidental. Okay, and that circular motion represented perfection. So, and you need to understand, like, a circle has no beginning and no ending, and every point returns.
Well, he's not the only one. In India, that woman that with the round thing, it does the same thing. The woman, that one that destroys and then rebirth.
You're talking about Kali.
Yeah, they believe in that same thing too.
Mm-hmm. Kali is one topic I think we discussed the other day, where a lot of people think of the negative aspects of Kali, but they don't understand, like, Kali is the destroyer of worlds
and rebirth.
But he or she, whichever one, I'm pretty sure it's a female. But Kali actually destroys the universe in order to recreate it.
Yeah.
Okay, and a lot of people today they take that as being like a Nietzschean point of view when you hear that, because that's the way Nietzsche felt. He felt that the universe was constantly being destroyed and then recreated. So you don't really hear much of that. But yeah, that's
also a Christian. It's a Christian view, isn't it? Rebirth and that stuff. Or even Buddhist. Buddhist.
Well, Buddhists mostly, but a lot of Christians have an issue. Like, we've had conversations with Tan where when you talk about ascending or resurrection, the only person who can resurrect it, of course, in his mind, was Jesus. You know what I mean? And a lot of Christians have a hard time with the concept that ascending wasn't like just a Buddhist idea of ascension. Like, Jesus, when he came out of the tomb, literally ascended upward. You know what I mean? Physically ascended upward out of the tomb. According to the story, there were witnesses that seen him. You know what I mean? Ascending up into the air.
or any monotheistic religion. I mean, Islam has got the same sort of concept.
Mm-hmm. It's everywhere. It's all in it. I mean, don't get me wrong, man. I ain't trying to badmouth Christians or people who are Muslims or anything, but like those are facts that are inside of your text. You know what I mean? These things are a part of it. It's just because other religions emphasize it more than what you do, that doesn't mean that it's not in your text. No. Just wanted to put that out there, I mean, it's just like we went through and we were discussing Enoch. Okay, Enoch was what he ascended into heaven. Just like Jesus did. Elijah was taken up into heaven as well. So it happens quite a bit in Christian religion. Well, not quite a bit. I'm not going to say that. It does. It happens in Christian texts. I should watch how I say stuff. I apologize.
I see. All the time. Well, Christian Catholics gone to heaven, ascending to heaven.
So with Plotinus, okay, the thing of it was he believed that perhaps like heaven, or he believed that like the heavens may move in circles because they most perfectly reflect like the eternal nature of the one, basically. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that would bring us to like the human soul. Okay, if you want to get more into it, like when we talk about like the human soul, Plotinus believed that the human soul mirrors the cosmos. So, as above, so below. You see what I mean?
I always heard from different. There's different types of what they can of the soul. I heard that a person has two souls. One that goes when a person dies. One goes to heaven, and the other stays with the body. It does.
Yeah.
And
you're talking about something. I know what you're talking about, but like right now, I'm just talking about Plotinus and the great year and what his beliefs were. You know what I mean? So kind of keep that into consideration, okay?
All right.
So he believed that Plotinus believed that the human soul mirrors the cosmos, okay? Just as the universe flows outward from the one, the soul descends into material existence. Yet it also longs to return back to the one, Now, this return, it doesn't require rockets or like secret knowledge. It requires contemplation, according to Plotinus. It also requires virtue. Beauty was a big thing for him. And he is also big on the pursuit of truth. So every genuine act of wisdom becomes like a step back towards unity, according to him.
Oh, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You're saying for every step goes back to what's unity?
Where you unite with the one, the
Oh, okay. So for every good thing, for everything you do as representatives are put back to unity.
Right. Every genuine act of wisdom becomes a step back towards unity.
Yeah. Okay.
To return to the one or the world soul, whatever you would interpret as. Now, like in alchemy, okay, you'll hear as above, so below. That's where this comes from. Okay, that's how Plotinus believed the human soul mirrors the cosmos. That's where all of that comes from. You know what I mean?
So how does he represent the soul? I mean, what does he believe in as the soul?
He believed that the human soul mirrors the cosmos, and he also believed that the universe flows outward from the one. Okay, so the soul descends into material existence, and it also wants to return back to the one, or the world soul. You know what I mean? Or the Axis Monday. It wants to return back to it. Okay, and the only way for the soul to return back to the one, it is that you have to become involved in contemplation. You have to live a life of virtue. Beauty is important, and the pursuit of truth, basically. You know what I mean? Because he also, like I said, believed that every genuine act of wisdom becomes like a step back towards the one. Or the one would basically be the word unity. You know what I mean? The Axis Monday is what I usually call it.
So it's like going, for every step you go back towards your God.
I wouldn't call it God.
But that could be an interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. But if every step goes back, that would be good or bad as well. Which one would that?
It's good. It's good.
Good. Okay.
It's not bad. Now, the farther away that you got from the one would be probably bad, but you're also thinking in a dualism kind of a way. You know what I mean? So duality is kind of an interesting thing in this whole aspect too, because and I mentioned this too to a few people. Like, you have to understand the difference between duality and dualism. Okay. A dualism is manufactured by man. We're the ones who create these ideas of what's good and bad, good and dark, and good and evil, that kind of stuff. We're the ones who create these things. You know what I mean? Whereas with duality, there's night and then there's day. Okay, neither one of them are in conflict with one another. And they actually complement one another. Whereas, you know what I'm saying?
At the same time, does that follow the thing of what you call it? Different books of what you call different groups. Each one will have their own way of taking what you're saying, but processing it in a different way.
Plotinus and these ideas actually influenced influenced a lot of people across history. His ideas spread farther than many people realize. Like he influenced Saint Augustine. Then you had Pseudo Dionysius, and then it's also in Islamic philosophers. A lot of Islamic philosophers actually have his beliefs in it, and you can find tons of it in Jewish mysticism. Now, the thing about it is like a lot of people don't realize it, but a lot of the Renaissance thinkers who were into the esoterics actually fell more into this category than a lot of the other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of Plotinus's belief systems that were into like the alchemy and then the secret societies and the mystery schools.
Yeah.
The Hermetic traditions is what they basically call them. And like, you know how I'm always talking about like the modern in the modern world, you know, I always talk about how people talk about like the consciousness. You know what I mean? And you've heard me talk about it a few times. That also stems from Plotinus and the Neoplatonists. You know, so he appears almost everywhere, but you have to learn how to recognize a lot of his fingerprints. You know what I mean? If you don't know anything about him, you'll never recognize that he was there. He just kind of like blends into a lot of the stuff that you see and you hear when it comes to ufology and psych, you know, parapsychology. That stuff has tons of it. Like me and you will sit and watch Ancient Aliens, okay? And I'll listen to those guys talk on there, and I'm like, my God, dude, they are just so saturated with this stuff, you know. Which, don't get me wrong, I mean, I'm not. I spent plenty of time debunking Ancient Aliens, but at the same time, they take and they cherry pick a lot of this information and they apply it to what they freaking want to present for their narrative, you know, because of course all of this has to do with some ancient alien civilization that came to Earth and recolonized it and gave us DNA that freaking turned us into who we are today. But they don't want to mention the fact that you know, Plotinus was talking about this stuff over 2,000 years ago and never mentioned aliens one time, you know. So just figured I'd put that out there. Sound good?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So-
yeah, but like, that stone that they, the stone that in England where when the king he sits down on the chair, but under the chair they put that stone or under it to where the stone acknowledge, like they do with all the new kings when they take in England. I forget the stone. I can't think of the stone's name.
Scone.
Yeah, the stone scone. Yeah. It was actually shipped from Scotland down to Wales, I believe, first, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah, I think so.
And then I believe it's wherever they're crowned now, whatever area that is and where they have it. But now that's actually a different part of esoterics. I covered it before when I was talking about Asanas, and yeah, there's and I try to bring it up to a lot of people outside of this topic when it comes to the esoterics. If you're into the esoterics, you understand where the ascension comes from when it comes to the ascension of a king, okay? There was this whole idea that was set up that kings were chosen by God. So whenever somebody became God, they became a direct representation of God himself. And that's not just the Christian God in England and all of this. This goes all the way back to Babylon. Okay? They all believe that. And the pharaohs, like the pharaoh was the direct incarnation of the god of Ra. Okay. And this is something that's been passed on from generation to generation. All right, this, and it's really amazing how that whole story plays out, because it's probably one of the oldest traditions that's been around. But they've always felt that way. It's nothing new. Even the Babylonians.
Did we sort of touched on this on Wednesday's show on the Fixins. I just made the point that that's not so true in the Catholic Church, because the Pope is the direct communicator with God, God's representative, and the Pope creates the kings, the monarchs.
Well, I mean,
apart from that,
even that though, I mean, like you take a look at how that whole process comes. Just because he's not mentioned as a king doesn't mean that it's not the same process. You know what I'm saying? Like it just.
Yeah. My point was that the monarchs were appointed by him rather than by God.
Now, the weird part about a lot of this is, like, and I always want to do this. I want to tie this into modern science, because a lot of people think, oh, this is just rubber gibberish. This is any worth listening to. So what I try to do is I try to link this into modern science. Okay, and this is where it gets really interesting. Okay, so today we know that the universe, it's not static. Okay, and we also know that stars are born and stars die. Right.
Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. We also know that galaxies collide. We know that matter recycles itself into new stars and new planets. We also know that modern cosmology does not teach Plotinus's philosophy, but it does reveal a universe filled with cycles on every scale. Okay? So, for me, I think my philosophical question is basically this, and it remains open. Okay, now is cyclicity is the cycles of everything that we've been talking about just a property of physics, or does it point towards a deeper principle when it comes to order? You know what I mean? So bringing it back to like esoteric agenda, what makes Plotinus remarkable isn't like simply that you believe in cosmic cycles, because many cultures did. Okay, his contribution was asking what these cycles reveal about reality itself. You know what I mean? So, and perhaps the universe isn't like simply moving through time. Perhaps it's remembering, and it's returning, and it's seeking unity, basically. You know? So whether one approaches this through like philosophy or theology or science, the question remains, really modern. You know, if nature continually returns to patterns of order, are those patterns just mechanical, or do they hint like at a deeper structure beneath reality, basically?
We're not saying with even mechanical, it can still be used as energy. You know, like create whatever happens, it creates like energy, like a thing that it repeats itself. You know, like you say, you can't destroy it, but it's gonna be there. But it just gets recycled to a different thing.
See, and that's one of the things that I've always been talking about lately, like the Axis Monday. All right, I drew a lot of that off of the cosmic egg, which is also affiliated with the one, which we've been discussing here, as well as the world soul. Carl Jung referred to it as the God conscious, or the God conscience. Now, with me, I have a different approach when it comes to the cosmic weave. Okay, and it really is other people who came up with this concept. I didn't think of it, but I do have a different belief in it. Now, a lot of people will tell you that like this cosmic weave would be like a grid pattern that's set up with nexuses, where all this information through the Akashic records, supposedly, or the Akashic, which is actually Hindu, by the way. It's not buried under the frickin' Sphinx in Egypt. Okay, it's actually Hindu, I believe. But this is supposed to be freaking information that's bouncing off of this grid on this nexus, from one nexus to the other. And for me, I don't believe that. I believe that whenever the nexus is actually just one nexus. It's called the Axis Monday. And all information goes to this Axis Monday so that it can be freaking changed into something new. You know, old information, old data that goes that goes from, you know, when a rock is destroyed or it crumbles, okay, or the amount of water, you know, the amount of data that's in the water flowing down a mountain, that all returns to this Axis Monday. And everything.
We're not saying that as a person, your energy goes there when you pass away.
That's my whole point. That's exactly what I'm saying. And not only that, but ideas like the thoughts that you have in your head, that also returns to the Axis Monday as well. Okay, and like whenever you look at Assyria. Assyria was a civilization and it collapsed. Okay, it was actually returned to the Axis Monday too, and it in turn created something new, and that's why we ended up with new civilizations out of Assyria, just like with ancient Greece or ancient Rome. Okay, when Rome fell, it was recreated into something new, which would later become the Holy Roman Empire. You see what I mean? So even civilizations that fall and they disappear, they're actually returned to the Axis Monday, and something new is created because of that information. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know, and this isn't like a consciousness that freaking determines what's good or bad, good or evil. It's just it does its function. You know what I mean? But you guys are getting real quiet, so I know you're starting to act like.
Yeah, carry on.
Well, like with as they say, you know, they say we got that the caveman's brain where we think aggressive and all that, but at the same time, that there could work with that there, you know, what you call it, awakens other senses as well that follows that thing, you know, where people learn to better control their selves. So, you know, when that situation comes, how you get more aggressive or more where you want to do something really stupid, create harm and all that. Within that way of thinking, it might help alleviate that.
Well, you remember when we were on DK's show, right? And we were talking
Yeah.
about the world tree. Now, this is a good example of it, and I've also talked to Otto about this too when it comes to the lotus. Okay, now the lotus and the world tree is very spiritual because, like with the lotus, what it really represents is the whole process of the Axis Monday. Okay, now with the world tree's roots is base down in the bottom. The roots are within the primordial realms of the Axis Monday, and this is where the primordial mud and the cardinal winds are at, and there's the water. Okay, that's within the primordial, and when the winds begin to blow, what it does is it stirs this primordial freaking mud, and it creates freaking ground for the roots to freaking grow in. Okay, now for that to happen, the primordial levels of the Axis Monday feeds off of the darkness, off of the sorrow, off of the pain, off of all of the bad things that we consider bad in the world. Okay, so when it comes to like these instinctual ways that we have as human beings, this is what the Axis Monday feeds off of. It feeds off of that instinctual animal instinct that we have. It thrives off of it. And what happens is those roots begin to grow, and they grow upwards. It begins to ascend. You take a look at the lotus plant. That's the way the lotus plant also works. It grows out of mud and muck in the water, okay? And it rises above that mud. It fights its way up, and it keeps its leaves above that water. And then what you have are the branches, and that's our realm. That's where we live within the Axis Monday, okay? This is our realm, and then past the branches and everything, you have the top, and that would be what you would consider the heavens. Okay, but everything starts down there at the bottom in the muck and the mud and the darkness with freaking the suffering, the pain, the anguish, the human raw instincts. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
I said that to Jeffy once, and he literally.
Think of it like this: without your instincts and without that, it could lead you down a bad thing.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is like when you talk about that, that's the stuff people do not want to hear because they want to believe that. Well, first of all, like the ancients believed that out of chaos comes order. Okay, and they also believe that good is order and evil is chaos. In today's world, that's what you'll hear most of them say. But the truth of the matter is they both are complementary. It's a duality where you can't have one without the other. Okay, even science talks that way about chaos, and especially when it comes to decay. You know what I mean? Entropy.
Order is there's like a different type of order too, an order of control too.
Well, control is a human thing. That's something we created.
Yeah, but that's the dangerous thing that is too. It's not so. That's the opposite of good. Where when that comes into play, that leads down to a dangerous road.
You can't really dictate good and evil when it comes.
Well, no, I'm not saying dictate. I'm just saying when that arises, it leads to problems.
No, Okay. When you talk good and evil, you're talking about something that was created by man. Okay, like humans have always murdered one another. Okay, sociopaths have existed way before the 20th century. Okay, these are human beings that have wandered the earth and they have no consciousness whatsoever. They will murder people freaking just so they can see how they squirm. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that this is a dark truth that people don't want to understand, and then when you try to tell them that this feeds the primordial freaking realms of the Axis Monday, they're like, "Oh man, you are a psychopath. What are you talking about?" You know, and then it gets even crazier because of this horrible, miserable freaking part of it, freaking our world grows. We actually thrive off of this stuff. Okay? And that is something that most people do not want to believe. They do not believe.
Well, what I was pointing to as well is that if you look, you're like you said about psychopath, Roger.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing: the part of your mind, your brain, the animal. I would look and think that the aggressive and that part goes along with that to show the like an animal. An animal acts about the same way as that when it comes to cutting, where it hunts, pursues, and conquers it, like a person that's going to kill someone. They do their where they play, they look, and they pursue as a game, as a prey.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, to me, the animal part, the caveman thing comes into play.
Yeah, I know.
As well, because it follows
the whole thing about it is like that's something that we try to, as human beings, we try to walk away from that. We don't want to admit that we are actually a part of the animal kingdom, that somehow we're different. You know what I mean? If you look at like the Bible, you know, God gave us dominion over the animals, and he allowed Adam to name every single creature on the face of this planet. You see what I mean? So we're set apart from nature. We aren't like those beasts of the land. You know what I mean? But in reality, that's not true. We are animals. The only thing is for some reason we have this intellect that these other animals doesn't have, and I do find that to be really interesting. The fact that we are capable of thinking the way we do, and I don't buy into this whole thing where because Mark believes this. He brought it up to me first about frying or cooking meat somehow made us so smart.
Well, I just thought that was a theory. That was a
I mean,
theory.
I just don't buy
It's a plausible theory.
Well, I mean, you know, think about it like this. How many times has people freaking fed their freaking dogs table scraps? You know what I mean? All throughout the time that we've been cooking over a fire. How many times have we given our dogs freaking table scraps? They should be able to sit down and play poker like they do in freaking...
Yeah, but we've got enough advantage as well. Posing fingers on
hot fingers, yeah. Exactly.
Well,
trying to get a dog to play a piano.
That's what I'm saying. They should be able to. If it's fried food, they should be able to play poker, play the piano.
But they haven't got fingers or thumbs.
Well, they would be like us. You know, we were primordial Neanderthals and Homo sapiens.
But we didn't start cooking until we went.
We had this cool toe if you know what I'm saying, we had this cool toe where we could climb up trees, and that little toe could freaking grab onto the bark and help us stay on the freaking limbs without falling off. But because of evolution, we lost that toe. We lost that toe, guys. So we didn't evolve. We devolved from a perfect toe to the toe we have now that's useless. You know? And I've also, like, with Otto mentions, like, with the freaking, I don't know where he came up with this, but he believes that, like, freaking the what is it? It's the freaking organ inside of our body that's useless. The freaking not the bladder, but the oh my god, the appendix. Okay.
Appendix.
He believes that the appendix was used so that when we ate grass, it could digest it. So we have this appendix which is in us and that is useless and not used. And it was used before so that we could eat grass. Okay. And I don't know where he comes up with that. I just, that is insane, dude. You know what I mean? But people come up with stuff like that. And they're, you see, we're not, according to evolution, we're not supposed to degress. We're supposed to, or devolve. We're supposed to evolve. We're supposed to move forward. We're supposed to evolve as a species. Losing a freaking toe because of your environment, or freaking retaining a freaking organ that isn't useful, doesn't fit into that narrative, you know what I'm saying, of evolution. So,
well, I will say real bad in animal time, the 7-year monkey war and 1920 at the railroad construction in Africa.
well, you're talking about the lions, yeah.
Were so precise on how they did it that they outmastermind over 300 people, and all that was left was 20 people in the whole process. Of 2 lions were so smart they wiped out the whole place.
The whole crew. Yeah, they actually made a movie out of that.
Yeah.
I don't think you're thinking of the appendix. The appendix is there to store bacteria to aid in the use of digestion.
Whatever. That's like a generic. Really.
So
to store bacteria, dude.
Is sort of correct.
To store bacteria, seriously, dude. So we have the appendix so that we can just store bacteria for digestive purposes.
So that it was supposed to do what, Roger?
It was supposed, the appendix is apparently there so that it can store bacteria to help in the digestive process.
Okay, and what was the bacteria supposed to be used for?
To aid in the immune system and for the purpose of digestion.
A what?
The purpose of
digestion.
I just don't buy it. You know. Not now that right there. Is that off of recent findings, or has it been known for quite a long time? Because I've always been told that they have absolutely no idea what the appendix was actually supposed to be used for. You know.
Okay. From what I'm seeing here, articles dating back to 2013.
2013.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've come out with some cool information that I'll check out. That actually would be something for good reading. I want to find out what this is about. I haven't really looked into the appendix. Now, the last time I even kept up on that was back in like the 1990s. I know that much. So, and that always did stick out to me.
Yeah.
So, but
I'm not really sure if this whoever came up with this.
I don't buy it. I seriously don't. Especially with the toe. That was a big one. You know what I mean? Because like the human toe, if we came from freaking the ape family, we should have had a toe that we could use for climbing.
Well, if we don't use, it's same with the tail. The human tail. We don't use that anymore.
There's that group that has 5 fingers still today.
6 fingers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or, well, thumb and 5 fingers. You're right.
Oh, well, 5 fingers and thumb. It's not just a mutation.
We can get into that, but we are at an hour and 10 minutes. I have ran out of talking points. We were supposed to be talking about Plotinus and the Great Year. So we are going to end this episode on that, and we will come back and talk about cool and interesting topics like we've been discussing now for the last few minutes. This has been a good conversation, but I'm going to end this, and we will freaking come back later and do another episode of this. I do want to do a few more esoteric agendas. I know I've been falling behind on the year with this, but I want to pick up on it and get more of it done. I want to thank you, Mark and Robert, for being on the panel and being my co-host, Mark, and much appreciation. This has been probably the most interesting month so far because of all the chaos. So I just want to say I really appreciate you being here, man. I really do. So with that,
out of chaos come order.
Exactly. So with that, I would like to know if you would be willing to give your socials so that people can find out how to get in touch with you if they wanted to.
If you want to, I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, and with me and Robert, you can find us on minds.com as well at Roger_Hanson. We're both on minds.com or Elements Matrix at Rogers Hangout, as well as on Teams at Rogers Hangout. Now this also is a part of Strange Stories, and which is on minds.com, and that's the group on there you can check out if you want to get involved with the chat and join the stream if you like. Also, we are on Discord at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, you can go on there and be a part of the community as well. But we also do our editing. We edit this video to where you can watch the full episode of it, or at least an hour at a time of it, on Strange Stories on YouTube and on Rumble. And YouTube, you can also watch 15-minute clips of this episode on there on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Actually, I think I do an hour at a time on Rumble as well. But if you don't want to watch them edited out and cleaned up, you can still come on YouTube, Rumble, and Kick and Twitch and watch the live streams that we do every Friday on my main accounts on all those platforms. So Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We'd love to hear your feedback down in the comments section. I hope you have a good day, good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is for you, and we will catch you again next week. Thanks for watching. There we go.
Yeah.
I knew
I was just doing some research on the Stone of Scotland, Stone of Destiny. I don't know. What she was talking at the same time. I was looking at a few episodes and realised. I was thinking it was a stone a rock that came down with the fall of the angels, so Satan. But no, it's the myth is the stone that Jacob is meant to have used as a pillow.
Yeah.
And he dreamt of the ladder. Yeah.
You know what that is,
So
don't you?
it's actually goes from Egypt or Holy Lands to Egypt to Sicily.
You know why I stopped, Robert,
to
right?
Ireland, into England.
You know why I stopped, Robert, right? You know why I stopped, Robert, right? Because I know where he's going with that shit.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep focus and go a direction with this stuff, and he's wanting to talk about the Rolling Stone. Okay, this is like a hermetic belief system. Okay, you remember Rolling Stones?
Okay.
The Rolling Stones, the band, they named themselves this because
I see a black door, I want to turn it red, or I would say a red door, I want to turn it black. Yeah.
All right. Now the Rolling Stones actually got their name because like the freaking stone that we're talking about is also or used to be called the Rolling Stone. They honestly believe that this stone rolled all the way from that location and eventually found its way in England. They literally believe that.
Okay.
Well, hey Roger, we got them stones.
That's a very interesting story, and I knew what Robert was getting at when he started talking about that because
the ones in the desert, they do the same thing here in the U.S.
He's being a hillbilly.
There's stones that is traveled across the desert to swallow the line.
You know that's Freemasonry right there, right? Like they actually believe that. And they also believe that the tree for the what was it? The tree of life. Okay, they believe that wood from the tree of life is actually the same wood that was used to freaking build the ark that for Noah's Ark.
Actually, I was reading something. The same stone is believed. Is one theory. It was part of the Ark of the Covenant.
And
that's one theory.
And then it goes on where freaking the staff that Aaron used when it came to Moses, okay, was actually built or created because out of the wood from Noah's Ark and the tree of life, and then from the staff it went into the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, there's two different types then, because they got another one that Noah's staff come from a section of Christ's cross.
Well, that's where it gets interesting. Is it's also supposed to have been a part of the wood of the cross? Yeah, that's another one. Apparently, this wood.
I'm going to spend the weekend. I'm going to spend the weekend watching Indiana Jones now. Thanks
Dude,
to
there's
you
so
too.
much cool stuff, dude. And believe it or not, a lot of that stuff is actually drawn off of like a lot of the stuff, and like the crystal skull. Okay, like there's actually an entire belief system on nothing but the freaking Christians, crystal skulls.
Yeah, we've done a episode before on this.
Yeah,
Since you
I have.
remember. Yeah.
There was a guy in South America who honestly, the guy who actually came out with the original story for the Indiana Jones show. A lot of people don't know this, but that guy was mysteriously murdered on the beach taking a walk with one of his friends. And to this day, they still haven't solved his murder. They still don't know who freaking murdered him. It was very mysterious. And he's the one who swore up and down that there was crystal skulls that you could communicate to ancient ones that were older than time itself, and they lived below the sea. And they freaking were cosmic beings that came from outer space, and that they were sent here to freaking guide and help humanity. It's really, really intense.
Oh, you mean the Watchers?
Yeah, they call them the Watchers. Yeah, they do call. There's a lot of different names.
So I was just thinking, rather than watching the film, we'd rather play the late 80s point-and-click adventure games. Good series. Yeah.
I'm telling you, we're having.
If you haven't played, it's very good.
We're having a better episode off of the recording than we did with it. It's amazing. It's like you guys got me fired up. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's like I told Bob Dub today. You know what I mean? I'm into storytelling. You know what I mean? I don't care if it's fiction. I don't care if it's nonfiction. Heck, role-playing games like you were just talking right there, you know? I love freaking D&D. I love Forgotten Realms the most out of because of Cholt.
Yeah.
You know? And that's the way I've always been. It's about the storytelling more than it is anything else. And I love this old lore and everything because without it, I don't think we could have actually gone as far as what we don't give it credit for, you know, because like I told Bob Dub earlier tonight, I'm like, you know, you always hear about all these people who died in war, right? But you'll never hear about the explorers who died. You know what I mean? You'll never hear about that shit. Like these explorers, they heard about far-off lands. They heard about stories from areas that they've never been to before, and their imaginations were stirred. You know what I mean? And they sought adventure and they wanted to explore.
Oh, you mean Norway?
All of them. Everybody who was an explorer.
Well, yeah, but they were saying
it's interesting. Sorry, it's interesting you mentioned war that because I think yesterday, Friday, was the anniversary 110 anniversary of Passchendaele.
Passchendaele.
Either Passchendaele or the song, one or the other.
Oh no, it's not like a.
Yeah, 110 years ago on Friday or yesterday.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, in history, like the 300 year thing. Well, they traveled farther out than any other countries did during that time.
Yeah.
Because they were saying that when was it the pirates appeared? You know,
pirates have been around since forever, dude. Like,
well, yeah, but
people like to always bring up like the Middle Ages or the
Well,
but
during that time were Vikings, and was there any confrontation between pirates and the Vikings?
the Vikings were the pirates.
No. I'm talking about other.
European pirates. You're talking about
With skulls and
15th,
bones.
16th century.
Yeah.
Oh, 16th century,
Yeah.
18th century, and Vikings. You're talking about 10th to 12th century.
Yeah, they were
You're
very
talking
much
about
already
big-
gone.
Like
They
totally
were-
different.
they were literally the pirates. You know what I'm saying? Like Vikings were the pirates.
Well, yeah, but I was just
Yeah.
talking about like
I mean,
when England arrested that one for piracy and hung him.
Yeah, you talk about 18th century, 19th century, 18th century.
well, Robert, you are like saying that one
Century.
pirate. Which pirate are you talking about? Because they
17th
were lining
century.
they were lining pirates up left and right. Haven't you ever watched Jack Sparrow's movies, man?
Well,
You know, they were lining them up, dude.
well, I'm just referring
They're
to.
like you're a pirate. You're going to a gallows. That little boy just sitting there singing. You know, that was probably the coolest freaking song, and it's not even a real pirate song, dude. That just blew me
Yeah,
out.
we're talking about this.
Well,
Talk about 17th century. So
well, you always heard about them and all that, and I did not know.
I'm sick of pirates, dude. I'm just gonna tell you right now. I'm so freaking sick of pirates. Okay, I've had to put up with Jeffy Ryder for the last 3 freaking years. Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't know what hell is until Mark. Me and him both had to put up for 3 freaking years, and all he ever talks about is pirates.
4 years, 4 years.
Yeah, hell,
Yeah.
dude. Okay, just hell. That man, all he ever talks about, and like a Christmas marathon for freaking pirates. You know what I'm saying? And he's inviting atheists to join if they want to join too. You know, and he says
Well,
At least he's consistent.
yeah. He says he's a pirate for Christ. He's
yeah. Okay.
He drives me nuts.
That's a unique one.
Yeah, well, why not? If we're talking about 17th century, then big Protestant, especially in England, big Protestant, big religious sort of connotations. Pirates, yeah, that makes sense. Kind of a Christian pirate.
What was the name of that one pirate? He was real famous. He didn't allow his crew to drink. They had to freaking worship on Sunday. And he was very, very religious, but he went around killing shitloads of people. And he said that it was okay to kill people as long as you believed in Jesus and you went to church and you did services. I forgot his name. I can actually pull that up because now it doesn't mess with my search engine and stuff. But that's actually a real guy too, by the way. Which pirate forced his men into believing in Jesus? Can't believe I'm actually putting that into a freaking search engine.
What country would you say that pirate would be from, Raj?
Now, this says that
Britain, you know.
not believe in Jesus, worship God, forced his men to worship God and not drink. Okay, Bartholomew Roberts, often called Black Bart, famously did not drink alcohol.
Okay, I've heard that Black Bart. Yeah. Okay.
Did not drink alcohol himself, preferred tea, held regular prayer services on deck, and strictly banned gambling from excessive crew. Oh, strictly banned gambling and excessive drinking among his crew, though he did not entirely forbid all drinking after dark. So Bartholomew Roberts was his personal habit. He drank only tea instead of rum. In his religious practice, he held prayer services and kept prayer books on board. His ship rules banned card and dice gambling for money and put out lights early. It's crazy. So Bartholomew Roberts, Black Bart. So Jaffe Ryder is Black Bart.
Does he like drinking tea?
Well, he actually does commercials for freaking green tea. If you think about it, so
I don't know. I thought that was cannabis. No, recently commercials with logo on cannabis products.
He does the cannabis.
Oh no, he
thing.
does do tea. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
it's,
used to.
it's cannabis tea, I believe it is.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, pirates doing the cannibals, huh?
Well, Jaffe is. So we got some good stuff coming out there. Hopefully Jaffe hears this and he'll be like, you evil, horrible bastards. How dare you talk about me like this? So we've definitely done a good job tonight. Now, you guys good with tonight? You don't want to do headlines after midnight, do you?
Have you got any content?
Not really, to be honest. And to be honest, we have so many.
We could talk about the Spanish shit you got.
Hey, Roger. He has.
It doesn't ongoing so
he was asking me about the fan. He heard it clicking. He didn't know what that was at first, and he asked me. I told him that it's just a ceiling fan.
Is that what that is? The ceiling fan? I heard that last night when I was listening to the video over again. I didn't think it was that freaking loud.
Oh yeah.
So at least it said I thought it might have been clicking on minutes or something on that phone. So with that, I guess, I mean, if you guys don't want to do it, because I've got so many episodes of that stuff that I have to. I mean, we've got headlines.
I was just
up the ass, dude.
I was just thinking about having a chat around Spanish immigrant thing, but that's a bit delicate and it's an ongoing story anyway. It's a bit too sensitive, maybe.
Well, I mean, you will get irate right now. You gotta calm down. You're on a wild man kind of thing.
Me? I am calm.
You are. You are.
Totally calm. Totally calm.
No, you've been a wild person tonight.
Tonight and last week. Like,
yeah.
You have been going.
You were about to go cannibalistic on someone.
I was totally calm on the last show.
You were showing your shiny teeth, like you were about to tear into some fresh meat.
Like Bob Dub, when she started talking tonight, man, you just started getting all vicious and stuff, and then Otto started kicking in, and I was like, "Oh my god, these guys!" And Bob Dove, I'm just grinning my face because it's like, dude, it's like you gotta love her, dude. She just comes in there, she just gets you guys all stirred up. I don't know. I just I don't have to say nothing. I'm you know what I mean. You guys just actually freaking just started like you got all stirred up, and I haven't seen that in a long time. To be honest with you, that was actually kind of good.
She didn't talk to me about politics.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, it's like with V.
Politics is my red meat.
V freaking he starts getting in here and he starts talking about that hippie liberal shit. Yeah, I know that drives you and Otto crazy. Otto can handle it better than you can, but freaking it gets him stirred up too.
Who does that?
Right, Mark, you start talking like the hippie freaking liberal shit, he starts going fucking nuts. Then
Because,
Otto's okay.
Yeah, I've got been loony lefties, loony liberals.
Now, Otto's okay. Don't get me wrong. He can cope with it, but he has his limits, man. He does. Yeah, freaking. So it was an interesting. It's been an interesting couple weeks. I think the heat has freaking made you guys crazy. And this thing with Tan, I don't understand where he come up with the fact that we thought that freaking socialism was all right. Nobody said that at all. I would never say that.
I sort of suggested us, well, in modicum, socialism can be a good thing.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. But again, is this my old sort of eat too much cake euphemism analogy?
Yeah, well, we've established that was actually started in France, not in England.
Well, eating too much cake?
No, let them eat cake.
Actually, the literal translation is let them eat brioche. Brioche.
Brioche. That's enough.
Yeah, that's the literal translation. So yeah, the cake then is a little bit incorrect.
It's interesting though. That really is. I mean, I always say, you know, it all goes back to France. Okay, and I haven't mentioned this in a while.
Yeah,
and I think
blame French.
It is very important that people understand it is always France's fault. They have caused every issue in the last 400 years.
Every issue since the beginning of France.
I'll give them a break on the Spanish. Like they didn't have anything to do with all the fiascos when it comes to Spain. That was only because Portugal and Spain had become very powerful governments. But especially when it comes to after Rome, you know what I mean? And I'm really proud of them for when they were Gaul and they crushed Rome by surrounding their freaking gates and starving them to death and forcing them to surrender.
That wasn't just what would become France. That's also physical. So
Germany, all of them, yeah.
We're talking about what is now modern Germany, and potentially even Celts.
All of the Eastern,
maybe. There's an argument there, I think.
Yeah. So kudos to you guys for doing your job, but after that, whatever. So
come the 17th century, everything from the 17th century onwards is French. It's the French's fault.
Well, I do want to someday go back over Constantine. What was his name again? The guy who started the Holy Roman Church, the Holy Roman Empire. We were talking about him before, and then he split the kingdom. Was it? He split his empire up among his sons. I believe that's who it was.
My brain's gone blank.
Hey, Roger, what country was that before Egypt?
Yeah.
I mean, before Rome came in? The one civilization was there before Rome was? The one that made the pulse, the battery, Baghdad battery.
Oh yeah.
What country?
Charlemagne.
What civilization was there before Rome was? The one that created the Baghdad battery.
That was back. That would be the Sumerians.
Yeah, Sumerians, the one that created the Baghdad battery.
Well, we're not talking about the Baghdad.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that's pretty neat when you stop to think about it. It lasted that long.
Well, Charlemagne was the one who was crowned emperor of the Roman Empire. In the year 1800. They say the first emperor to officially start the Holy Roman Empire was King Otto I, Otto the Great, who was crowned by Pope John VII on February the 2nd, 1962. So
technically, wouldn't you say Saint Peter? Technically being the Pope.
No, I mean he was actually the Holy Roman Emperor. There's a difference between the Holy Roman Emperor and the
yeah.
The Pope is the one who has to ordain the Holy Roman Emperor into becoming king, and he would be the one, according to the lore, that when his sons became of age, he split up his kingdom into what you guys call Europe, and that's why all of your nobles and your kings and queens are inbreds who are from the same family, because they inbreded within their own family and created water babies is what they're referred to. Well, water brain babies, I guess, because there's water brains and then there's water babies. You know what I mean? And we don't want to get into what water babies are, but wet brain is what a lot of them were born. Like if you hear about what's his name, Queen Victoria's dad, the one that we talked about the other day that split from the Catholic Church. The reason why he couldn't have freaking babies and his wives were always miscarrying was because he was from a freaking inbred stock. You know what I'm saying? Like they would never allow their families to freaking to marry outside of the royal families.
The first pope in the modern sense, Saint Gregory, 590 to 604.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Now,
in what year? Yeah, the Holy Roman.
See, and the interesting thing too, I want to talk about eventually too, is like everybody has this misconception, like because Rome fell, the Holy Roman Church fell, and it's not the truth. when the city of Rome collapsed and the Roman Empire fell, the Catholics were still there.
The Western Roman Empire.
Right.
But the Eastern Roman Empire lasted 4,000 years further.
Yeah.
Up to the second of Constantine. Constantinople, sorry.
Mm-hmm. But the thing I want to mention too is like even after Rome fell, like the city of Rome, and the Catholic Church was still there. Like the early church was still there. It didn't collapse, and it actually got stronger. You know, so
technically, there wasn't the Holy Catholic Church didn't exist prior to the fall.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you say St. Gregory's the modern first pope, then not 590, and
500 AD.
In what, 460? 460?
Yeah. I think it was like less than. I know it was less than 200 years. You know. So it's an interesting story, and then like people believe that Rome fell and was defeated, but the truth of the matter is Rome was actually abandoned. You know, because freaking Constantine literally relocated the capital of Rome from the city of Rome to freaking Constantinople. You know, so and that's one thing that I want to do too. Kind of do a show about that stuff, get it all on the. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna stop streaming, and hopefully everybody enjoyed this. This is the end of our Friday live stream, usually called freaking
Saturday morning.
Yeah, Saturday morning. Lovingly called Minds Roundtable in the early parts of the evening, but by the end of the night, we really don't call it anything. You know what I'm saying? That's like, but we all
we hardly even talk about minds at all. Well, good mention it once or twice, but yeah.
So we hope you enjoyed this. If you did, you know, hit us up. Freaking come in, man. You guys are all welcome. If you got stories to tell, freaking send me stories. You know what I mean? I love to tell stories. So,
like, comment, and share.
Like, comment, share, make comments down in the comment section. We love that. So, with that being said, I'm going to eventually start calling one of my shows. With that being said, and we will.